Well, happy Friday, SMITE fans, and welcome back to Playoff SMITE. We're in knockout rounds already. It is Dolson and Mifflin to talk you through set number 1 here today. Mifflin, it's finally back. We've got Tournament SMITE.
Dude, I'm so excited. I love it when the stakes are high. I love it when people can get eliminated because that means that every single game has immense meaning going forward. I mean, Aggro pointed out, first place going to run home with 50 grand. I'm going to do some quick math for you. 50 grand divided by 5 people. That's 10 grand a piece. That's more money than I know what to do with.
Yeah, easy for me. Remember, this is Phase 1 playoffs. That means the top 6 teams from Phase 1 are competing here for their share of that $100,000. This is how Phase 1 rounded out. Sanguine on top, maybe the Cinderella story of the year. By the end of it there, in Space Station Gaming right there in your second seed, they've moved themselves on to the semifinals. But all the way down to the Renegades, we'll be playing here in Phase 1 playoffs at United and Obey Mifflin. Of course, looking forward to Phase 2, get themselves some of those Pro League points. This is the schedule we have for you for today. Knights and Radiance will start off the Phase 1 playoffs here on Friday. Ghost Gaming Renegades will round out the day. Now remember, as Aggro pointed out, Sanguine will get to choose their opponent depending on who wins here today. That will be reflected here in the bracket that we'll get to see moving through the tournament later this week. So, depending on whoever wins Mifflin, Knights Radiance or Ghost Renegades, Sanguine get to choose. How important do you think that is?
I think it's hugely important, not just because you get to choose whichever team that you think is weaker, but whoever Sanguine chooses, it's almost as if they're announcing to that squad, hey, we don't respect you guys. We're going to run you over and then head on over to the finals. I mean, let's say they choose Renegades or something like that. That's got to feel bad. That's going to be a mental blow before the game even starts.
Well, Mifflin, of course, the Phase 1 playoffs taking place online, which means everyone is at home watching these comfortably. Make sure you get on Twitter if you're watching here this weekend. Tweet at us at SmitePro using the hashtag SPL. Include how you're watching a picture, and hey, maybe you have a chance of making it here on broadcast. So that's at SmitePro, hashtag SPL. And maybe you'll see your tweet show up here on playoff weekend. Now, Mifflin, looking at the 2 teams we have playing today, Knights Radiance to start off. What do you make of the overall kind of status of the Knights? Not necessarily the specific matchup, but what do you make of this team coming into this game?
I think the Knights are a team of hot and cold. I think that they're a team that's pretty one-trick in that they are almost always going to be playing through Paul, and that makes it a little bit easier, if it were anyone besides Paul, to lock them down. But due to his incredibly deep God pool, a lot of the time for PK, he just acts as a lightning rod for the bans and make sure that the rest of the squad gets something that they want. We see Zatman very often getting away with Heimdall, Hu Yi, these picks that he's having so much success with, Cuvo getting his Pele and Hunbots, and all that's afforded to them because they have Paul. He's able to just force a team to look at him. Short of that, I think that these guys are looking incredibly strong. Belair's having a very consistent year. Neomaz having some of the best performances as a support, full stop. PK's looking really good coming into this, but it depends on whether or not we're getting that hot roster as opposed to the cold one.
Right. Yeah, after a grueling 10 weeks of competition, 14 games, the Knights finish off this phase at 8-6. How are they feeling, though, coming into this matchup? Well, let's hear it from their mouth instead.
Plan and they can play very smooth with like a very easy style compared to other teams.
We have like a style and a kind of like a strategy, and we know how to win with it, and we're really good at executing it when we're not trolling.
I think PK's best player has actually been Ronnie. That's not an answer that I would have expected to give at the start of the split, because I think Ronnie has consistently been inconsistent. I don't know why I said it like that, but yeah, Ronnie throughout his career has been a really inconsistent player, but I think this split he played really amazing. I think he had a ton of games where he just like solo carried or made really impactful rotations or farmed team fights. I just think Ronnie had a really good split.
The Knight's best player has probably been Scary D. I think he's always been aggressively proxy and aggressively rotating behind tier 1, sorry. And the fact that Camazotz has to be banned against him, and he plays a bunch of other aggressive gods like Osiris and Achilles. He's just always a threat on the map, and he's going to rotate and make an impact late game. And also dive your carries. So you always have to worry about your carries when you're against Scary.
I think Neil has been playing like really, really well. He's kind of been doing everything he did last year to win Worlds. I think he was like a really key component to win Worlds last year. And I think he's been doing the exact same stuff, and it's just like kind of blowing all the other supports out, in my opinion. I think he's kind of just been crazy good right now.
I think PK's greatest strength is the fact that Paul can force so many bans in the draft phase because of how strong he is on those gods.
I think PK's greatest strength relies around Paul and his god pool. Sometimes it can be a hindrance, I feel like, but going into the ban phase, it's not necessarily because it's kind of weird. His god pool's quite small and confined, but because of that, a lot of teams focus it. But he also still usually has a pick to play at the end of the day, even after the gods are banned. So I'd say Paul's god pool really changes how you have to pick and ban against PK compared to a lot of the teams.
I think they know how to play. They know his two carry, his mid and ADC are so strong. He know how to position it. He know how to play the team fight. He know how to do the damage. So I think that is the strength for PK.
PK's greatest strength is the way you have to pick and ban against them. Like Paul completely changes picks and bans.
I think PK's biggest weakness is the same as Sanguine, where they're really, really predictable in picks and bans. So you already know what you're going to be playing against before you get into the set.
So I think PK's greatest weakness is when they're behind. I think they're similar to Ghost. I'm not sure they are that fantastic at playing the map when they're being pressured themselves, because they are used to being ahead and invading. I think when they're on the other side of it, they feel a bit unusual and a bit uneasy in the circumstances.
I think PK will finish second, if not, then third, in my opinion.
I think PK could do quite well at playoffs. It kind of just depends on if we show up, I guess. We're the ones that play him. So, no, I think we're going to beat PK for sure, so I'd say they're going to get knocked out in the first rounds.
I would like to say obviously we're going to win. I truly believe we're going to win, but I mean, anything can happen in best of 5 single limb. But I think the best of 5 series as well lends a big advantage to us too, so I think we're going to take it all.
Well, you heard Neil's thoughts there towards the end, but that's the kind of the consensus of the league. It's a hard team to lock down. Everyone all over the place when it comes to right where this strength lies. Mifflin, though, their opponents today, they've got Radiance. What's kind of your take on Radiance? If you were being interviewed, you got those questions asked to you. What's the Radiance strength? Maybe what's their weakness?
Radiance's strength is their ability to play around different players depending on the match. Sometimes it's a Roar who's just absolutely dominating the game if he gets his signature pick inside of Hercules. Sometimes Cyclone Spin pulls himself out of the rut and absolutely dominates on gods like Rom or Heimdall. BMT, he should be in the conversation for one of the best role players in the league. He's never costing you a game. Sometimes he'll win you a game, but he's so consistent out of the mid. Adapt King, I could call him anything that you want, but I mean, we saw it last week. Man's hitting 5-man dunks on Thor. I'm not going to ask anything of him because I know he's going to bring it at all opportunities. And Benji, man, Agarth likes to say that he's one of the best soul laners in the world, and I think that he's right to say so. This guy is the epitome of consistency.
Going to be a lot of fun to watch the solo lane matchup here today. Well, we already heard what the pros around the league think of the Knights as they move into the Phase 1 playoffs. What do the pros think about Radiance? Well, take a listen.
I think Radiance's best player so far has been Big Man. I think pretty much every single game he's been making an impact, and I think the difference between him and his teammates is they've been a bit inconsistent. I think everyone's had a few rough sets, aside from BMT. I think his god pool is really solid, and he's playing all the top mages right now, and that's something you need with mid laners, especially with how powerful they are with all the farm they're getting.
I think Radiant's best player has been like Adapting or Big Man. I think they both had their moments, but I think if I had to give it to one, I'd say Adapting's been more consistent this year.
I think Radiance's best player this split was Benji. I think that whole team kind of had moments where like early on in the year, Cyclone and Aurora were popping off really hard, and like Adapting had really good games as well. Then I think all three of them have also had really horrible games. And I think Benji and Big Man have both been more consistent for that team. But I would just say of the two of them, Benji has been the one that, in my opinion, on his own, has like carried his weight more consistently and had really good games. So I'd say solid.
Radiance, greatest strength is their mechanical skill. I think they're all really talented mechanical players.
I think Radiant's greatest strength is if when they're playing at their best, they have like all of their players can easily carry games if the whole team's playing well.
I think that they aren't really that cohesive yet. Like when you watch them play, they do a lot of throwy stuff. Sometimes you're like, what are these guys, like what are they doing? They're in like such a good position to win, and then they make one bad decision, their game is just turned upside down. But I think if they could obviously sort that out, they'd be like a really tough team to beat, and I think they still are at times, but I think their biggest weakness is just their inconsistency for sure.
I think the weakness is the team fight. When they played around objectives, they're like or losing objectives or losing the game because they don't know how to do well in objectives, I think.
When they're behind, they struggle a lot, and they don't really have like a recovery point, and they kind of just, I feel like they collapse when they're behind. It might be like personalities bashing, or just like, oh, we messed up, we gotta go next and fix this, like, or what can we fix here, and etc.
They're a tough team to read because, like I said, it just depends how they show up. I don't think they've really shown enough consistency throughout the year to really make me think that they're like one of those top 3 teams. And on top of that, too, they play us in the first round, so I guess they got to be exited in first round. I mean, come on.
I personally think Radiance, if I had to guess, would lose first round to PK. I think it'll be a really close set. I think of the two, PK is the better team right now, but I think maybe Radiance has a better matchup into them.
I think Radiance will finish probably 4th, if not 5th, in my opinion.
I think they're gonna do well and gonna come to the semifinals, I think. Yeah.
Now, lots of differing opinions there. Some people predicting a first-round exit, maybe the Knights guys, most importantly of all there, but right there towards the end, you see Sanguine maybe expecting a matchup against them in the semifinals, if that's who they choose. All right, Mifflin, it's time, though, to kind of sink our teeth into this matchup, though. Knights against Radiance, first round of the Phase 1 playoffs here in the SPL. First of all, let's take a look at the higher up, an overall view. 5-game set as opposed to a 3-game set. What kind of a difference do you think that makes?
It depends. If one team goes up 2 games, it could be so morally crushing having to realize that if we want to win this set, we're going to win 3 games back to back. But if it's a tight set, we trade out games back and forth, we're going to see a meta start to establish between these teams. We might see a lot more target bans as the set goes on. It's very draining having to play Smite for this long period of a time at this high of a level. I expect that we're really going to see a very close set between these two teams. I mean, we saw that the pros were split on their decision on who's going to make it through. I'm right there with them, man. Both of these squads have shown great strength and a little bit of weakness. It's whether or not one of them can exploit the other.
Yeah, given how competitive the SPL has been this year, now we have 5-game sets all weekend. Could be a lot of long, fun games of Smite over the horizon. Now, the Knights, we've kind of heard from all the pros around the league where the strengths with this team lie, where the weaknesses lie, but only the Knights know themselves where the confidence stands coming in to this big first-round matchup here in the Phase 1 playoffs. So take a listen and see how they're feeling. All right, I'm here with Paul, mid laner for the Knights, and they've got a big matchup against Radiance in the first round of the playoffs. Now, Paul, kind of an overall look at Phase 1. You guys finished in 4th place overall, 4th seed, and you're at 8-6 win-loss wise. How happy would you say the team is with the overall standings after Phase 1?
Well, it's a lot better than 7th seed from last season, so that's good at least. We were kind of hoping to get top 2, but 4, I mean, it's better than the halfway point, so, I mean, I guess we'll take it, so.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, kind of to last year's point, peaking at the right time. That was massive for you guys, obviously, going into Worlds. Looking at the Phase 1 playoffs, do you think that this Knights team is starting to play some of its best Smite right around this time?
Yeah. Usually we get better as the season goes on. So maybe we'll do a bit better at MSI this season, but we're not going to be full power until Worlds.
That's right, you need the Worlds boost to really hit that peak. Well, last kind of final thoughts here on this matchup. Obviously going against Radiance, it was a 2-0 the first time for them, but then the second time you guys played, it was a 2-1 for you guys in a fun 3-game set. Do you think this one's close, and do you think you guys come out with the win?
I predict it's going to go 3-0 either way. Not sure.
Hey, 3-0 either way. Fans at home, they'll be happy. Maybe one. Hey, Paul. Paul says 3-0 either way, and could be feeling that way. Again, according to some of the pros in this league, PK just a little bit more consistent off the get-go. Mifflin, though, you look towards Radiance, though. A big concern that was raised kind of in the weaknesses section, I suppose, of that check-in with Radiance is some of that shot calling sometimes seems disjointed. They're mechanically all very skilled. Do you have similar concerns going up against a team like the Knights who have been, so consistent in games where they can survive that early game?
I think Radiance in particular is going to be very concerned about their decision-making going forward. Knights is the type of team who's going to buckle down, wait under their Phoenix. If they have to wait 45 minutes for that one opportunity to turn a game around, then Knights is the team that's going to do it. And against a team like Radiance who can get a lead and maybe throw it with some slight mistakes, Knights are going to be constantly looking for that. They're going to be constantly looking for that opening. If not, they're going to be looking to win out in that early game. The Knights have a very strong duo lane, and Radiance has been struggling a little bit through there. We know that Cyclone Spin has self-proclaimed been in a rut for a bit. If the Knights decide to run it down there, they can get a lead for themselves, and as all the other teams have already pointed out, Radiance from behind doesn't really have very good ways to come back.
Well, Mifflin, I cannot wait to jump into some playoff Smite. I know you can. I know the viewers can't either. Picks and bans for game number 1 between Radiance and the Knights. Let's get into it. Now, Mifflin, do you think, given what you've said there, long lane being maybe a priority here in this matchup where the Knights can start to focus in-game, do you still think there are some picks and bans maybe that can lend itself to a long lane priority that the Knights could take advantage of?
I would be very surprised if we see Heimdall make its way through these P's and bans phase, because both Cyclone and Zatman have been prioritizing that god very highly. If it does make it through, we're going to see it in the first pick slot almost always, I'm thinking. Short of that, Khepri might be a highly contested pick. That's a god that's been coming up and seeing a lot of fruition as the league goes on. Having to work through that secondary health bar, that displacement for your own team to peel out with Scarab's Blessing is so absolutely strong. And when both of these teams are willing to play through, or at least have played through their duo lane so much in the past, I think that's where the sparks are really going to fly. My eyes are also always going to be on the jungle, right? I think that we're going to see Adapting try and step up a little bit. Maybe he goes for some early game ganks in that duo lane. The same could be said of Cuvo. I mean, I really do think the long lane is going to be where we need to keep our eyes.
Yeah, agreed, and that's where the Knights have their eyes right now. Heimdall and Yamoja both taken away by the Knights, so Aurora, Cyclone Spin, both limited, at least in some capacity, to start off here by PK. Khepri taken away immediately by Radiance. Now, Hell has been kind of a league-wide ban, a popular takeaway there, but Paul specifically from the Knights, I think, draws a little bit more attention on that Hell. The Knights do, I think, have to think long and hard about where they want this third ban to go, though, Mifflin, because with so many power picks still on the table, it's going to be Thor taken away. I think Smart, dabbing kind of that brush in a lot of different paints here, are the Knights take away a Hunter, a Support, and a Jungler to try to make Radiance think about where they want to put this first pick.
But it leaves so many strong picks available. Rom wasn't immediately where my mind went. I'm thinking Raijin. I'm thinking Aphrodite's still available. There's so much. King Arthur on the board. But Cyclone's been seeing so much success on the Rom and the Heimdall. If you can only get one, might as well pick it for yourself. You know PK is looking at that duo lane, especially looking at the bans, 2 of them landing there. Might as well get your priority pick, make sure that you're going to be able to perform well, and see how PK are going to respond to it.
That's true. I think Rom has been a massive pick for Cyclone Spin. giving them some momentum here. Remember, 5th seed coming into this against the Knights in the 4th seed, so something comfortable, especially with Heimdall being taken away, is a great start, I think, for Radiance here in this draft. Merlin and Hunbats to round out the top 2 for the Knights here, Mifflin. Carry potential on both of those picks. Do you like what the Knights have started off with?
I love it. You've got everything you need from a jungler Hunbots brings. Sure, he doesn't specialize like some of the other ones. Thor's going to have a much better engage factor. He's going to have that semi-global. Thanatos deals more damage. Pele's got more single-target bursts, but Hunbots has that ranged engage. He's got decent burst damage. He can blink in and absolutely change a team fight with Fear No Evil. And Merlin, if any kill does happen off the back of this Hunbots, Merlin has some of the best objective burn out of any mid laner. Yep. I like the draft so far. Radiance picking up Terra and Nike as well. Nike likely going to go in the jungle, have some of that engage factor, make it very hard for this Merlin to operate. Terra's going to have some of the best counter engage. If they think that PK are going to run it down duo, they've picked a very safe draft, Radiance that is.
Well, similar kind of mindsets maybe to start off. Let's get a carry locked in. Support there for Radiance, solo laner over for the Knights, jungler, assuming for really both sides here. Are you concerned at all, though, Miff? Now, if you're Radiance, you look at big man Tings, the Knights have the opportunity, I was going to say, to take away a couple of mages, but the solo lane as well. I mean, with 2 very strong positions still open to be picked from, Jormungandr taken off the table, could be another mid lane ban for the Knights as well.
I would be surprised if we see the Knights let Aphrodite through, and if they do let Aphrodite through, it's likely going to be a Raijin ban. Either way, the draft so far from both squads is going to be so hard to nail down because of these target bans in the first phase. Instead, completely focusing out the solo lane, this King Arthur's looking to bully whoever goes there. They took away 2 of the safest picks you could have. Sobek comes to mind. He's still available. He's going to be very hard to shut down out of solo, but barring that, King Arthur's got no bad matchups left.
Look at the presence Neil is drawing here as well. Khepri, Ymir, Ganesh, all 3 banned out in a row by Radiant. So still a decent Guardian pool there for him to pick from, but heavily mitigated. Some of those top tier picks for Neil now off the table. Hachiman is going to be the Hunter dueling with Ram in that long lane. We've put a lot of focus pregame on that Hunter versus Hunter support versus support matchup. What do you like in the Ram versus the Hachiman?
Ram, if they are left alone in the lane and it's left to a 1v1, Ram should be able to get the edge in just trading. He's got a better steroid. He's got 2 of them. He's going to deal a little bit more damage. He'll be able to chase down that horse with his own semi-global ultimate. Short of that, though, once both supports are in the lane in the 2v2, Hachiman's got way better follow-up options. He can stun off the back of any CC that comes from his Guardian. Yep. He can look for the chase down potential with the horse. He can poke from a range. Both gods are going to be incredibly safe. Whichever one gets a lead might just run away with a lane. RDO
to finalize the draft here. Something I think we've seen PBM play a decent amount. A nuanced maybe pick here in the SPL in its entirety. Do you like not only the RDO, but what the Knights have drafted overall here for game number 1?
I think that they have a lot of ways in. I'm concerned about their engagement factor. It's really going to be mostly up to Hunbot to set up with the CC. Audio's got a stun. She's got a root, but it's all channeled. It takes her to get in there on her own. She might get shut down, but the cripple is going to be absolutely devastating for the entirety of Radiance comp. Terra, Nike, Daji, Raijin, Ram, every single one of them, if they get in that cripple field, they're going to have a very hard time escaping. That said, Radiance's draft is very cohesive. They've got plenty of ways to burn off beads. Yep. Daji is going to be able to do it. Nike is going to be forcing out Heavenlies or beads herself. They have so much engage as well. I think both drafts are very strong. I give the slight edge to Radiance.
Well, Mifflin, going into this matchup, I don't know. A lot of people have a hard time predicting the week-by-week SPL games. Now we're in playoff time. It all depends on who shows up on the day. Do the Knights take game 1? Do Radiance answer with game 1 themselves? Gormizer and Aggro will bring us the answer.
Thank you so much, Dave. That's right. It's myself, Gormizer, and Aggro here. And, you know, you had mentioned right then it's difficult enough to predict week in, week out. Right now, it already looks like the teams want to start this one off incredibly well. Half health for the Knights, or for Radiance, I should say here. So the Knights are getting aggressive into their jungler. And it looks like Big Man Tings might be the target. They're close enough to their tower line, though. This is an early in-game. Might strip them away of some of their buffs, but it's not going to be able to strip them away of any of their lives just yet, forcing Radiance to fall back and just kind of showcasing the muscle the Knights are bringing into this one. And well, guys, with action just like that, you'll also be able to vote on who you think is going to win this one. Some polls are going to pop up in the chat, so tell us who you think can take it, if it's Radiance or the Knights. And Aggro, Radiance, I mean, you know, the first 30 seconds of this game withstanding, haven't necessarily had the smoothest last half of Phase 1, and coming into this have had a little bit of a rocky path.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, I think in the recap video, Finch mentioned that they're 2-5 in the second half of the season. It's really been a tale of two halves so far for Radiance, but this set, this matchup, I should say, has been close so far this year. Radiance won Week 1 2-0, if you remember that phenomenal base race that happened, and then PK got revenge later on in the year, winning 2-1. But we know that these sets have been close. So even though I do think PK has looked significantly better than Radiance leading up to this set, they've played PK pretty well, have Radiance. So I think that they might show up here today.
And so far, they have a little bit of catching up to do as the Knights took that early aggression. Still, the Knights actually the ones with a small deficit, but stripping away a red buff there, having pressure all across the map. And the pick that maybe stood out the most to me is actually going to be Neil here on this Ardia. Something that we have seen, maybe a Roar run. My mind realistically goes to PBM as someone who likes to pick this up. And Neil kind of learned what it was like to be Paul throughout this pick and ban phase. I mean, he had 3 bans targeting him, and now he's going to be sitting on this Ardia.
I think it makes sense for Radiance's strategy because Radiance has really been the most volatile in these side lanes, whether it's Aurora and Cyclone at the beginning of the year, dominating everyone in the 2v2, and then in the second half especially, they really struggled in the 2v2. Then Benji started really struggling in his side lane. I think that getting a side lane that you have priority picks in, the first 2 picks off the board for Radiance are their duo lane, and that is not a coincidence. I think that they are really going to focus on making sure that Cyclone in particular, but Aurora as well, are comfortable in this lane. And then what's the third pick? It's Benji in the other side lane. You leave the 2 most consistent members for you this season, Adapting and Big Man Tings, for your bottom 2 picks. And I think that Biggie, the coach for Radiance, and this Radiance squad have really identified that they can let Big Man and Adapting pick later. Let's make sure that our side lanes are really strong. And part of that is taking those picks away from Neil, like you mentioned, who I think has been one of the best players in the entire league, one of the best support players in the league so far this year for sure. But I don't know if I love this RDO pick. I know the cripple's good, but no CC immunity against the .G is really scary to me. I just think that I agree with what Mifflin was saying on the desk. There's not a whole lot of easy engage here for PK, and that concerns me.
Well, it looks like a 59-41 split, at least among the fans, to the Knights potentially winning this one. Honestly, that feels really fair given what we've seen out of them. But much to what you were saying, I think you have to watch specifically Adapting in the jungle. I mean, tied for top first bloods in the league at 7. The only person that's been able to keep up with him has been PBM there on Ghost, so no one in this game really given him that competition. And I think it is these 2 junglers that have dictated maybe the pace of the game more than anything for them. Cuvo does like to kind of sit back and farm, but I mean, you can never underestimate the gank potential of a level 5 Hunbats.
Needs to get to that point, and he just hit it, so now ganks are kind of on the table for him, whereas Adapting still only level 4 because of these repeated red buff invades. Radiance hasn't gotten a red buff on their side of the map, or at all, so far here the first 4 minutes in. And this jungler in .G, one of the best late game assassins in the entire game. Her scaling is through the roof. She absolutely one-shots backliners late in the game. She kills tanks well because of her ultimate. But she is a slow starter. Hunbat's also a pretty slow starter these days after the nerf to the cooldown on his ultimate. He really only gets a small window of effectiveness every so often. But the pressure out of Hachiman and Neo in RDO on this left side of the map has really been the big pressure point so far for PK. That's what's opened the door for these invades.
Well, I'll be honest, after the first invade from the Knights, I kind of assumed that we were going to be seeing non-stop action. Someone was going to, you know, just foot to pedal to metal to just make sure everything was constantly going their way. And as such, we have no kills so far. It's actually drastically slowed down. I think the Knights have taken this lead and very appropriately turned into this, well, aggro in the jungle. Hasn't been able to take form just yet. Even Aurora getting aggressive. Now you've got adapting. Big Man Ting's over here. They want to go in. The snipes even coming down from Cyclone Spin. Neil's going to be able to get low. Adapting's up on the powwow, and they're going to be able to lock down their first blood over there. Zapman trying to stay safe, but it's on the other side of the map that the Knights find their return. It's going to be Cuvo Fred making sure to put that pressure on Benji. And you highlighted the side lanes being maybe the most important part of keeping Radiance alive.
Big for Radiance that they actually end up getting first blood, and Paul needs to be careful here. Has his beads, but adapting pretty low on mana. Aurora, on the other hand, plenty ready to go in. Paul's beads not going to save his life. Big Man is able to jump in and secure the second kill for Radiance, and that's a great sequence for Big Man. Not only does he get the kill there onto his lane opponent after Paul gets the purification beads, but Big Man also managed to secure Radiance's red buff with his Taiko drums, while Paul was trying to invade it by himself, while the rest of Radiance was killing Neil Ma on that left-hand side. So that is a great sequence of events for Radiance. But because Fred and Scary combined to bring down Benji on the right-hand side, that kind of puts a bit of a damper on the parade here, doesn't it, Gore? I mean, the lead is still there for PK. Now you've got a great side to lean on if you're Pittsburgh Knights, because Benji's behind on a character in Nike that doesn't really recover super well in situations like this in the solo lane. So I think that PK probably still okay with where they are.
And actually, talk to me about this Nike, because we used to see her in the jungle, and honestly, even in those first few picks, it feels like it's something Radiance are potentially grabbing, not necessarily for adapting. He didn't come to my mind as the Nike jungler, but seeing her switch over to the solo lane, is that all just to try and keep Benji in this non-lose state?
Yeah, I think that teams are just starting to realize that having Nike in team fights is super valuable, whether she's in the jungle or in the solo lane. And I agree that Nike's not really an adapting typical style of God. He really likes his hard carry junglers. And Nike can do that, but it's a little bit more difficult to do so on her than something like a Dodgy late game or a Thor late game, which is really more in adapting's wheelhouse. But I think that Radiance, they've really tried to find their identity as a team fight team. They've started to find their success and look their best whenever they are able to weather the storm of the early game and then come into these team fights late with Terra ultimates and Rom ults that are starting off fights a lot of the time. That's kind of been their team identity when they've looked their best as of late, and I think it fits that.
Well, there's going to be a Fear No Evil trying to lock down adapting this time around up on the powwow and looking to pull some people back in. Not going to be able to find anyone here. They're looking for the turnaround damage. Big Man Ting's able to get a little bit of poke into Paul, but the Knights, they start that aggression and then they fall back incredibly fast. And it kind of feels like Radiance, maybe we're running the show earlier with their single target picks as opposed to all of the fight that the Knights have had back.
Knights has done a good job of prioritizing objectives, but when it comes down to the scrapping, Radiance has really been there in force. So just not quite enough damage there from Fred. At the time, didn't have his Jotun's Wrath done, so that lack of power was really apparent as they tried to CC chain adapting. No beads for the Dodgy, but as soon as you're out of that CC chain, that's a great fight for Radiance, and he gets both sets of beads from Cuvo and Neil. I like the decision from Neil to pick up those purification beads because I do think that he really needs them in this composition. The easiest way for Radiance to win this game is just to set Neil really far behind and pick him over and over again, but it has been anything but that so far. Neil's up a full level, if not a little bit more, on Aurora. And we've seen this from Aurora a lot recently, Gore. Going back and watching some Radiance games, Aurora has likely been the least selfish support in the whole game, to a fault, in my mind. I mean, he had a long game where he didn't even hit level 20 not too long ago for quite some time. So I think that's something that I want to see from Radiance, is to give a little bit more farm over to Aurora.
Well, speaking of Aurora right now, he's got out in the jungle. They're going to be able to look and lock him down, but it is still Terra, and she's still hard to kill, at least, well, even in a 3v1. Looks like he might be able to make it out of here. The powwow for adapting, looking to lock down Cuvo. Already got the beads earlier, and this time it's going to be able to find the kill onto the jungler for the Knights. Everyone else looking to retreat here. They're going to be able to walk away once again with just a single pick after they bait the Knights into that fight.
It's a little bit uncharacteristic there, I think, from PK, the hesitance on whether or not they wanted to kill Aurora and commit into it, but they kind of committed already with their positioning, and Radiance are able to punish them even with that call. Clearly, I think someone in PK's comms was saying to get out during that fight, because Neil's stepping forward. I've got the cripple field for him as soon as he comes down off this Arthur ultimate, but you can see Neil kind of shuffling. He's really scared of that dodge ult that Adapting has without any purification beads. But Cubo's still close enough. The blink in from Adapting after the fact and some good accuracy off that Powwow equal a kill for Radiance once again. But even with Adapting being a part of all 3 kills and another one right there, Cubo's still ahead. Paul is still ahead of Big Man. Neil has been caught up to by Aurora, but I'd imagine that Neil's going to be able to stay a little bit ahead just based on the fact that he's been level 8 for quite some time. Scary's still ahead. I mean, Pittsburgh Knights still have a lead, but they've got to start to convert, because this team fight composition for Radiance come late game with this Terra ultimate and the Nike passive once that gets online, all of that is going to be pretty hard to answer.
How much control can you keep as the game goes on? Because like you said, they're farming really well. And this is one of those stats I don't get to throw out often enough. But they are one of the higher, farming teams gold per minute average that we have in the league. It's 522 for the Knights versus about 517 there for Radiance, which, granted, it's just numbers, but when it comes down to it, means they farm a little bit better. And the average damage overall throughout Phase 1 was higher for Radiance, so showing they maybe like to fight a little bit more than the Knights do. And so far, every single, speck of that has been noticed in these first 12 minutes. And it just kind of feels like the Knights, I mean, even though they're ahead, I still feel like right now it's a losing battle. Because like you said, it feels like there's a timer coming against them. So is there something outside of just getting aggressive sooner that they can do to maybe start pulling the reins back into their area?
I think that you really want to punish Adapting before he hits level 12, but that window is closing quickly because no purification beads against the Hun Bats. And now Fred probably has enough damage with Neil in tow. Doesn't really need Paul's damage in order to kill Adapting before he can get that ultimate off. I just feel like PK, they're pushing up against the dam right now. They're trying to surge forward, and this is the stuff I love to see. Go towards Gold Fury. You feel like you're much more favored at this point than you will be in 6-7 minutes. Why not take your fight now?
Well, they started up a little bit there. Cyclone Spin seems to be enough to ward them away. Roar rotating in. And that does bring maybe the ROM into the equation. First pick, which is not something we get to see too often from this Hunter, but it is very much that Astral Barrage, the ultimate here. I can't count the amount of times we've seen maybe Zapman, honestly, Cyclone in there, but countless players across countless years here have been able to steal those objectives away with ROM snipes that you just kind of have to factor them into every equation if you're the Knights here.
Especially with the way that Cyclone likes to play this pick. A lot of times you'll see ROM players want to save their ult and snipe out someone who gets away with low HP. Not Cyclone. He uses this as an initiation tool. Last time we saw him play it was against Renegades a couple weeks ago in that insane throw the Renegades had where Radiance come back from an unwinnable game. Cyclone was on this ROM pick, and he was starting fights by setting Venenu to 40% health. So watch out in these team fights for when and where Cyclone is using that ultimate, because he's going to almost certainly, he already did it once, use that ultimate earlier, not to confirm kills, but to set them up. So I'm curious to see if that trend is going to continue.
We've already seen that they are kind of built around Adapting, maybe setup, right? Pull them in with the powwow, and then Big Man Ting Cyclone Spin could just dump their damage into one area, theoretically hitting 2 to 3 players if you get a really good pull from Adapting. So there's a lot of open avenues for Radiance to maybe find themselves even more of a lead than they have in kills right now. But the gold's still favoring the Knights. Adapting looks to change that now. Goes in, looking for Neil Ma, up onto the powwow once again, forces the beads this time, and there goes Cyclone Spin into the sky. The snipes come down, Adapting gets the last hit, and they're going to walk away once again with a second pick onto the support.
But Adapting uses those beads because he knows Cubo's on the way. Cubo doesn't find the enemy jungler, but still gets some good damage off with that Fear No Evil. Unfortunately for him, no other relics are burnt, but that's a lot of space earned by the Pittsburgh Knights. And with Scary D rotating over from the solo lane and Benji staying at home, that will equal the first objective of the tournament.
And you know, I am never going to get over how fast an objective goes down when Merlin is in the area. And that's something Paul's bringing into this. Even though you're maybe not able to get the gank you want, I mean, this seems like it's been the path of the game the whole time. A kill, maybe even 2 sometimes for Radiance, and yet the gold lead keeps rising for the Knights. The experience keeps favoring the Knights, and even though the gap seems to have closed a little bit from top to bottom in terms of levels, it still feels like an uphill battle for Radiance that they win but lose at the same time.
Yes, and that is a problem now, but think to later in the game. If you're winning your fights at 35 minutes, you're not going to lose objectives off the back end. You're going to get the objectives yourselves. Pittsburgh Knights have to find a way to be a little bit more grouped up in these late game team fights, but they will be. I mean, so many of these picks have been on to Neil or Paul when he's kind of alone, clearing mid camps. Those types of kills don't really scare me that much if I'm Pittsburgh Knights. They're mistakes. You know, specifically Paul's trying to clear the minis whenever he knows that Radiance is in that left side jungle. But things like that aren't going to happen come late game. I do think that Pittsburgh Knights still need to be concerned about their late game because I think that Radiance is just a better team fighting composition. Basically, anytime you've got a Terra, you've got the better team fight. That ultimate is just bonkers on the damage swings that it provides. So Pittsburgh Knights have to just come prepared for a pretty tough late game team fight. Maybe if they can start winning some earlier fights and getting those objectives, they won't have to be so concerned because they can build themselves a pretty good lead.
Well, they're strong-arming Radiance out of the jungle over here near the Fire Giant pit. And one of the things that's caught my eye over here, as Pyromancer gets started up, is actually going to be maybe tied to the damage Paul is doing here. He's gone for that Spear of Desolation before, typically where we see that Divine Ruin. Still picked up the Divine Ruin, but both mid laners have done that here. Maybe a little bit of extra pin, a little bit of extra power. But, you know, what caused that swap? Why go that pre-Divine Ruin as opposed to the other way around like we've seen it?
I think it's probably just that Paul had enough gold for the Deso, and the Deso is a lot more effective damage. It's more power. You get that CDR, a great passive as well. I'm surprised to see Paul pick up the Deso before the Divine just because of the Terra on the enemy side. That healing in combat's really, really important to mitigate from that ultimate. And so I would have expected the other way around. But for Big Man especially, yes, that anti-heal is going to be valuable. There's an RDO on the other team. There's a King Arthur with Glad Shield on the other team. You're going to want anti-heal. But you kind of want to one-shot people with Raijin. His early game damage is nuts. So you can kind of afford to go that a little bit more. But now that we've reached the point where you've got both flat pin items, it doesn't really matter too much which item you got first, as long as it didn't slow you down too much on that initial first full item buy, then it doesn't really affect you too much now.
No, it didn't seem to hurt either of them. They're both pretty much at the same spot in their builds as of right now, even though Paul only has a death to his name. And Pyromancer, Gold Fury, Knights, I mean, it feels like they are controlling objectives. Honestly, feels like they're controlling the jungle, and especially in moments like this. Like, good luck trying to get your blue buff, Benji. It's going towards the red team once again here. But it just feels like this is perpetually what we keep seeing. And, you know, I think Radiance, as you pointed out, they're just kind of waiting. I mean, if they win this fight 10 minutes from now, what are the Knights going to be able to pick up afterward? Cuvo has a really big ult to engage. Neil can go in and engage with a huge stun. There's a lot of open opportunities, but it feels like the Knights are maybe timid to go in as they're looking for adapting up onto the Powwow, forces the beads once again. And maybe that's all it's going to be, but keep your eyes open for that next engagement.
Cuvo is trying to set up PK for the next engagement, use that Blink Fear No Evil, and try to get the beads out from adapting, but adapting quick on the reaction, uses his ultimate as CC immunity, and then hits Cuvo with his ultimate and gets Cuvo's beads for this next team fight. Now, Fred's gone for the Magi's, which I like quite a bit. It's hard to proc for anybody on Radiance, really, besides a Roar with a long-range 2, which is hard to guarantee. Big Man jumping in or using his ultimate, which you're kind of fine getting either one with those, or adapting with that ultimate. And so now the safety factor for Fred has really increased pretty dramatically. But the fact that adapting still has everything up and will have everything up for this Gold Fury fight in time isn't exactly what PK wanted.
I'll admit I'm still perplexed every time. I was thinking of the duo lane as we, cycle around through all of this. And Zapman's just a little bit ahead, but it really is the 2-level leads right now in the support that, ticks down to maybe slightly under 2, but definitely over 1 here in favor of Neil. With 2 deaths, highly targeted early on. I mean, 4 assists here for Aurora, and you had mentioned him being pretty selfless. It just feels like Radiance don't care, right? It doesn't matter that they're down if they keep finding these engagements that favor them.
It's one of the great things about Terra, man. I mean, it doesn't matter how much or how little farm you really have most of the time. You're in the middle of a whole team fight, you press 4, you've contributed. You've done your job for that team fight, and that's really all that really matters. And I think that's why Radiance likes to put Aurora on this Terra pick a whole lot. Yeah. He's been going for it over and over and over again so far, this especially towards the back half. And it's because there's a whole lot of words on Earth and Fury. That's kind of the gist. It does a lot, and there's not that much you can do to mitigate it, especially with Neil not picking up a Cursed Ankh, nor does Scary D. That's a really big counter to Earth and Fury because that healing is guaranteed. Now without an upgraded Ankh, it's kind of hard to deal with that ultimate. I mean, no Brawlers either for Fred, no Pestilence or Contagion for any of the frontliners. What is already a strong team fighting composition for Radiance centered around Earth and Fury now becomes even stronger because PK seemed a little bit underprepared for that ultimate.
I will say, as a support player who does really like playing Terra, I feel a little called out because sometimes it is almost that easy. Hey, I walked in, I pressed 4, and smiley face, we walked away with a win. And now we're going to see if the Knights can walk away with yet another objective win with Paul's damage. Seems pretty easy. Cyclone Spin hadn't necessarily been a big part of these with the snipes, as I kind of assumed early on he would be. So that's going to swing even more, these charts over in favor of the Knights. Kills rate 4-1, but honestly, the tail of the game is anything but. These kills are just falling on deaf ears, essentially, is what it feels like. I mean, the Knights don't seem worried where those deaths have occurred. They don't seem worried if they get caught out, even if they have to use their relics in awkward time, because they're picking up the stuff that matters on the map.
Exactly, and kills don't win you games. It's the objectives that do. And PK, a veteran team across the board, seems to really understand that as they go for another Pyromancer. And Radiance just seems a little bit hesitant on when and where they'll feel comfortable to start being the aggressors and being present for these team fights. I mean, I don't think that you can really fight now if you're Radiance. Once PK is backed and spent this gold, you're going to be down a pretty significant amount. Aurora's only at 27 stacks on that Thebes. Meanwhile, Neil has a full Spectral on the other side, ready to go, and not too concerned about the crit now from coming from Cyclone Spin. This is not a good spot for Radiance, and I think PK should be doing exactly this: group up and force them to fight you.
It's hard to personify a bear trap, but I'm going to try anyway. It kind of feels like Knights have stepped directly into one, and while it's too afraid to close, there's going to be the Fear No Evil, helps secure the Fire Giant. Snipes from Cyclone Spin, tried to steal that one away. Same thing with Benji. They were a little bit too late, so they get the FG, and now they're looking for what they can pick up just after. Benji's shield keeps him alive for now. Aurora, though, going into the backline, trying to chase out the Knights, and they've got a very separated fight. Fortunately for Aurora, that means he's left without a team. Cubo Fred's going to be able to pick up that second kill, not only for himself, but for the team here. And even though it's 23 minutes in, there's only 6 kills. Now the Knights are really going to be able to start swinging. Tower is going to go down, and the pressure is on for Radiance.
So Aurora did his job. He went in and he pressed 4. The problem was that it was around 3 people that were not wearing his team's jerseys, and oh yeah, they were 6 levels higher than him. Aurora hasn't even finished his Thebes yet. There's no way anyone from PK has to respect him at all on that dive. You don't have to worry about it. You just turn and insta-kill this Terra, and this has been a problem, I think, for Radiance. Particularly for Aurora, is finding a way to be effective in games like this. Radiance has gotten these 4 kills, and they were picks on people. I mean, the kill on Neil for First Blood, that was not necessarily punishing Neil for being super out of position, though he did have to walk all the way up the lane in order to try to get to safety. They were by purple. That was a good play by Radiance. They were being proactive. They were punishing PK for overstepping. Outside of that, hasn't it really just felt like
Radiance have just waited for PK to do something and then reacted. I mean, they find Paul out of position once. Sure, you kill him there. What do you get off of it? It's not enough to just get these little kills and then walk away from it. PK, on the other hand, has been proactive all game. They've been all over Radiance's buffs. Even when they get killed, they wait until they respawn, they get grouped up again, and then they restart the train. They go right back to the enemy jungle, and Radiance has just been waiting and waiting and waiting for these opportunities. I don't think they're going to get one at this rate, Gord. Now PK's in a commanding spot.
Yeah, unfortunately for Radiance, they've been, waiting and waiting, and, well, that's cost them what looks like it's going to be 6 full towers in all about 2 minutes, maybe 2.5 there, as you can read the Fire Giant buff coming through. They just wiped all of them across the board there for the night. So you want to talk about gold being in the pocket. Well, it's going to be there for them. They can finish off those builds and upgrade these relics as they see fit. And that actually brings me to something I noticed that Zapman has done. We've seen it out of mid laners occasionally, but Zapman's gone for that upgraded shell. It's not there for Neil. He's gone the blink beads. So he's kind of being maybe more utility for his team than you expect out of a carry.
Good eye, Gore. Yeah, I like it quite a bit here up against the Dodgy, because when I'm talking about her insta-killing assassin or backliners, it's when you blink into the back line, auto, and insta-kill them. Shell eats those auto attacks, and that's where the vast majority of her damage is coming from, off a Hydra's proc on that one, and the subsequent auto attack. So you really negate a lot of that Dodgy damage. And Paul, who might want to be a little bit more aggressive, flicker in, be in the middle of the team fight a little bit more, he might need Aegis for something like Tycho drums, where Zap can play it a little bit slower. I like the upgraded shell pickup a lot.
Well, so far it's been working out for him, although I don't think Zap's been forced to use it just yet. And essentially a full build coming into this for Zapman, as they're just floating around trying to get into this Phoenix. Unfortunately, the defense looks like it's going to be just strong enough from Radiance to ward off a fight even happening. Plus, there's only 10 seconds left on a Fire Giant, so typically you want to fall back here anyway. Primal Fury will get started up. They're going to be able to open this up. Benji's going to jump in, has that Sentinel of Zeus available for him. Knights are going to get the Primal Fury, but it's the fight on the back end that's going to end up going their way as well. Cuvo gets rid of big man Tings, and now they're looking to chase him down. Cyclone Spin looking for some snipes, and he's going to be able to find it onto Zapman, takes him off the map. Now it's Cyclone Spin who's in danger. Aurora following shortly thereafter. Paul's able to pick up Adapting. So far, a 2-for-3 trade, looking to make it 2-for-4 as they chase down Aurora and get rid of him. Benji, last man standing. And Neil has him, well, at least chased down. I don't think he's in any danger right now, but they could go for the gank here. It looks like they are going to try to cut him off. Worst case scenario, they're just going to push forward into the Phoenix.
Benji knows he has to clear this wave, because if Neo could just chase him around the map, stop his back, that could potentially be game. Fred's got some pretty decent DPS, but without a wave, that's going to make it much more difficult here for Pittsburgh Knights.
Well, they're going to keep fighting him here. It's going to be a lot of stun and stun locks coming down onto Benji, but he's just so tanky. They aren't able to take him down. The Phoenix is maybe finding its own sort of revenge here. It's still going to be up there in mid. Cuvo goes and pushes a big wave over into the right lane Phoenix, but Tings is respawning. Aurora, Cyclone, and Adapting in that order will be back. They get rid of one Phoenix here. That's going to be a big win for the Knights. Fire Giant, Pyromancer back available, so they do have some fallbacks. And that's, I would even argue, a big win for them, finding it after the buff wore off.
Yeah, that was smart by Radiance. And at some point, is that still a PK favored fight? Absolutely. They're up by 1 million, and they're really healthy. But they hadn't spent a lot of the gold that they had just earned by killing all those towers, and they just lost their Fire Giant buff. And at this point, you're playing percentages if you're Radiance. Is this fight better than our next potential fight? And that fight is certainly better than the fight on your Phoenix, with PK having another Fire Giant under their belt and having gone back and spent all that gold. So I like the call there from Radiance. They do a much better job of getting into the back line. They actually forced Paul and Zap to use relics, probably for the first time this game since Paul got killed in mid lane where he used those beads. They split up that fight well enough, but someone's got to do a little bit better job protecting Tings. He got pretty much insta-killed by Fred.
It's going to be who can protect the mage throughout this game. Cyclone Spin and him have been kind of hanging out together. Roar and Benji maybe getting a little too aggressive at times, and right now is maybe one of those times. Pyromancer floating around half health right now, as the Knights don't want to commit too heavily to it and have it stolen away from them. They want Radiance to make a mistake here. It doesn't seem like they're ready to bite down on the line for them to get reeled in just yet. Fire Giant still being available, and that's going to be Aurora going in. Knights get the Pyromancer. Aurora not going to be able to lock anyone down, but goes in with the double dash, adapting onto the Powwow, looking to lock people down, and Big Man Teens looking to control the tanks from the backline. The Knights separated. Cuvo Fred goes with the CC onto adapting. One more hit will do it from either jungler, and Cuvo going to be able to get that one, but he trades out his life in the process. Neil and Scary looking to be the front line, but they're taking a lot of damage coming down from Cyclone and Tings. Gonna fall back here. They walk away 1 for 1. They get that Pyromancer. And they still keep some pressure on mid thanks to those fire minions.
Still really seeing that prowess in these team fights from Radiance's composition, despite the massive deficit. The deficit doesn't feel that big because a lot of Radiance members are pretty close to full build anyways. I mean, Cyclone has now finished off his build. You're basically at the difference in 6 items, and Radiance is still able to tread water in comparison because of how good their team fight is with this composition that they've drafted. Just feels like it might be a little bit too little too late. Now Radiance needs to really be worried about where Zapman is, because Zap's going to come back off this respawn and be ready for a fight with no relics. And this is where you can really blow the game wide open if you're Radiance. That's your window back in. See if you can kill Zap quickly before his relics come back up, but that's why he's playing a little bit of hide and go seek in the left jungle. Knows that he can't really be found out.
And unfortunately for Radiance, they're in a not too safe position. One bad fight could be the game for you, so you have to be very careful where you aggress into the Knights or where you get aggressed on as of right now. Big Man Tings just had to use his beads to be able to stay alive and stay safe. His Knights look to take control of the Fire Giant pit, and Benji's around, Roar's around, but what can they do in order to control the base of this fight? They're going to, again, do the same kind of dance they did around the Pyromancer. Not bite off more than they can chew, but try to be in the neighborhood. That's going to be a blink forward from Benji. Trying to lock down Paul, trying to lock down Neil, but he's not going to be able to find too much for his troubles. Maybe just turns the eyes of the Knights onto him, and that's not a good thing. The Thorns, the Sentinel of Zeus, going to be able to keep him alive for now, but that shield will disappear after a little bit, and that's going to be the Fear No Evil trying to lock down Cyclone Spin. He's out of there thanks to Zapman adapting. Going to be able to return the kill onto the Hunter for the Knights, but it's not going to be enough to stop the fight just yet. Big Man Team's getting chased down by Scary D, and this is exactly what they said happens in some of the interviews. You have to protect your carries, and you have to protect him from that man right there. The solo laner for the Knights creates a lot of space. It's a 1-for-3 trade. Aurora, Benji, they're going to be left to try and defend this, but it's not looking like a good sight.
No, that's going to do it here for game number 1. PK just look calm, cool, and collected, don't they? These are the defending champs, and they look like they came to play. A great game from Scary D in particular. He got that early kill on the right-hand side with help from Fred, and never relinquished that lead to Benji. Scary was an absolute nightmare for Radiance in this game 1.
And honestly, you know, the way you worded it is exactly the way it was. It felt methodical. I would even use the term surgical from the Knights there, where they just knew exactly, you know, precisely where they wanted to make an incision, go in, win a fight or win an objective, and then they'd get out. They knew what they needed to do and did it. They never had any resistance from Radiance.
And Radiance just need to be more proactive in this next game, or be ready for the counter initiation a little bit more. I still think that their strategy of getting their side lanes and be ready to go, you know, make sure that Cyclone, Aurora, and Benji are comfortable, and then just fill in whatever you need for adapting in Big Man. I think that's a sound strategy, but you can't let Knights dictate the pace quite that well. I know they got their picks, but objectives win you games, and Radiance didn't get a whole lot of objectives and didn't win the game.
Well, Knights take first blood here as far as the playoffs are concerned. And hey, what are times like the playoffs without maybe some new announcements coming around them as well? In fact, someone that we've been talking a lot about throughout Phase 1 has a little bit of a surprise for you. So, well, why don't you just check it out as it is?
You have yet to see the meaning of cruel.
Let the heavens rage!
That's right. It's our chair and our logo, brought to you by Maxonomic. Who needs me when you got videos like that? Awesome looking chair. Can't wait to see it later on this year. Now, game one comes and goes. Radiance, they get the first few kills, but that's kind of it here in game one. And remember, we asked you guys to send us tweets regarding how you guys are watching things down at home, and we got some good responses here. A big Knights fan is going to be happy with the way game one went. Got the PK hat sitting up by the monitor, myself and Paul there in the background. And that is the one of the first few that we've seen. So make sure you tweet at us, at SMITE Pro, hashtag SPL, how you're watching. We'll feature you on broadcast if we see fit. So Mifflin, after game one, Radiance, they do the thing where they're getting a lot of kills, but Knights, they do the thing where they're playing the map better.
They were. Radiance was up 4-1 for the first 20 minutes of that game, and I think Aggro nailed it. They were playing incredibly reactionary. PK sends someone in to zone out and trade. Sure, they lost their life, but PK get Gold Fury after Pyromancer into Fire Giant at 20 minutes. I mean, sure, Radiance was up kills, but they weren't playing proactive at any singular point, so they weren't able to get an objective off of any one of their kills because PK already did it. And from there, 10,000 gold lead at 22 minutes into a 15,000 gold lead at 28 minutes. It seemed like Radiance, despite having decent slash lines for the majority of that game, weren't able to play in at all.
And one of the big things we kind of looked at going into this game was how is the long lane of Radiance going to be able to deal with the power that we've seen the Knights bring into that long lane? Well, one answer is banning out Neil 4 or 5 times in the picks and bans phase, I suppose. But what's kind of your mental recap maybe after game one with how the long lane specifically performed? A lot of the pressure was coming out of the jungle there for the Knights. Cuvo, Fred, big game on the Hun Bats. How did the long lane for Radiance hold up kind of counter to expectations?
It was fine in that Radiance's long lane didn't die ever, but because of that reactionary playstyle, because of the fact that they were playing so far back, Radiance essentially ceded control of the duo side of the jungle from minute one. They weren't losing their lives, but they had already lost the map, which is the greater battle, and allowed PK to get all these objectives. That's where the lead came from, was the dominance that PK had on that side of the map, despite not winning fights. And I think that if Radiance want to get involved early, if they want to win the game, they can't just play to not lose. They have to get proactive. They have to start leverage their own individual player skill. Adapting had a fantastic early game. It didn't amount to anything because it seemed like every single piece of Radiance was just trying their best to not lose rather than win.
Yeah, Cuvo Fred had a big one here as well. 5, 2, and 4 out of the jungle for the Knights. 5, 3, and 3, of course, for adapting. And I think you kind of make a good point there in that not only the long lane, but really everyone on Radiance, you know, the KDA isn't bad really across the board, you know, 1 and 2, 1 and 1. It's just they kind of got choked out slowly over time with the map being pulled away from them over and over and over again by the Knights. Cuvo Fred, though, I mean, do you call him an unsung hero of this Knights team? You saw in that pregame video a lot of looking at different bits and pieces of this nice roster. How important do you think Cuvo was, not only in game one, but just to the Knights finding success in general?
In general, Cuvo, absolutely important. I mean, every team is at least a little bit defined by their jungler because they got their hand in every single pot across the board. I think Scary D really did have
if you just keep going.
Oh, you're busy.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay, yeah. Oh, you're leaving? Okay, yeah, cool. So, yeah, Scary D. Chat, where's this guy go? This better be the president or something. I wouldn't ever leave the desk. I'll keep breaking it down. Scary D had a really good performance. He was able to create enormous amounts of... Wait, Dave, careful. Lift with your back. I mean, your knees. I don't know. That looks really heavy. One arm? Are you insane? Whatever. Scary D, really good performance. I can't take my eyes off of it, chat. This guy is going insane. Are you good, bud? Is that what I think it is? Is that a Maxonomic chair? We just saw that. It looks amazing, man.
It kind of looks that way, doesn't it, Myth, huh? That was super heavy, too. Really, really tough to kind of pull in here. All right, well, I don't want to take any more time right now, but we'll move into game two. Maybe later on today we'll get a chance to see what's inside that box, Mifflin. But maybe looking towards game two now. Picks and bans, do you still have this heavy emphasis on Neil, do you think, if you're Radiance?
I think I definitely shift my focus. Kuvo was looking so comfortable. Scary D was looking so comfortable. They got these huge priority picks inside of Hunbots and King Arthur. They did shut down Neil, and Neil had a little bit of a weaker early game, but it didn't matter because Radiance's duo lane wasn't playing proactive. It doesn't matter that Neil fell behind. He was still able to rely on the jungle. He was relying on the objectives to keep his farm up, and he did absolutely fine with it. I think if that's the best case scenario, 4 or 5 bans targeted towards Neil forces him into an RDO, it wasn't enough. You got to look somewhere else.
We got to see where else Radiance might look. In round 2 of picks and bans here, remember these are best of 5s, always worth mentioning here. So as you're watching the SPL, you're used to seeing these 3-game sets. It's not do or die just yet for Radiance. The Knights won't win the whole thing with a win here. You do have to look elsewhere, though, Mifflin. I tend to agree there. So the question is, where else, maybe, do you start to look? I think, hell, keeping that the same, not misguided here from Radiance. Paul has decimated teams with that pick. Where else, maybe, do you consider looking?
Look at the jungle. Hunbots comes to mind, but Kuvo's got so many picks. You have to target out at least one person, I'm thinking, or take away individual pieces and try and win your lanes elsewhere. I think that we'll likely see Camazotz get banned. I swear. I was trying to say it before it come through. I think we're also looking at supports again. Yamoja comes to mind. Aphrodite comes to mind. Raijin, Merlin, King Arthur. There's so many picks that were really dominant for PK that they could just take away, force them to the next best thing, and try and pick some lane dominance for Radiance. Get a lane that you know you can rely on to get the pressure and find objectives through it. PK did it through the duo lane. Radiance doesn't have to do the same if they're not feeling incredibly confident through it. They could look to try and pressure out the solo, maybe control the Pyromancer, get some portion of the map that your jungler can rely on and gank reliably, and find that farm to keep pushing yourself into the mid game. Because last match, all 3 lanes, Radiance got blown out.
Yeah, pretty much. And one of the big players in that one was the King Arthur. So let's take that off the board here if we're Radiance. A different mindset. I mean, Hell remains the same, as pointed out, but now assuming a jungle ban, obviously some flexibility with the Camazotz, Arthur as well. So you're kind of spreading out where you want this priority to come down. Not a ban, but a pick/ban, I suppose. Here, Aurora, very good on the Khepri, and Radiance are going to take him away from Neo in the same swoop.
I think that's going to be insanely helpful for Radiance. Already their duo lane was where a lot of the action was starting. Now Radiance can get a little bit more proactive. They can get aggressive, use that Scarab's Blessing as a safety net, and take a little bit riskier plays. You don't have to worry about falling behind off of one pick in the early. Now you can say, okay, well, I'm going to try my best to dive deep in this tower. Aurora, you got me? Yeah, Scarab's Blessing's up. And you try and make your play that way. Worst case scenario, you revive and you reset, you try again. But taking this Khepri first overall opens up PK to the exact same dominant draft that they had last game. Hunbots and Merlin coming in that quickly, you have to know that they're feeling confident about it.
That's what I'm thinking, Miff. I mean, it's, yeah, you're going to limit Neo to a pretty good degree with the way you've banned out, but the Merlin and the Hunbots were so potent there in game number 1. So maybe Radiance are feeling confident, though, moving back into that duo one more time here in game 2. Daji, something, remember, that worked for adapting in game 1. Of all the slash lines on Radiance, adapting was far and away maybe the most impactful guy on the team in game 1. Amaterasu banned out by the Knights, now available for Benji. I mean, you talk about a turnaround here. Radiance have gotten themselves some picks that not only worked in game 1, but were banned against them in game 1 as well.
It's a nice shift as well. Both these picks mesh incredibly well with the Khepri. Daji can dash in on her own. Amaterasu can dash in, and they know that the Khepri should be able to follow up. The damage output's going to be very nice. Kuvo was left largely uncontested in game 1, as was Paul. Daji and Ama together are such a strong dive composition that I imagine this Merlin's going to have a much harder time free casting it like he did in game 1. That said, in the early game, PK almost completely didn't allow Paul to fight. Instead, they decided, okay, we're going to play the objective-minded game. We'll send up Kuvo, we'll send up Scary D, someone to zone them out around their tier 1 tower and duo, and we're going to use this Merlin to absolutely shred the Gold Fury. Radiance is going to have to play a lot more proactive on their vision. They're going to play a lot more proactive on their positioning to make sure that doesn't happen again, because all the tools are still there.
Well, that's always been, not necessarily the issue, but kind of the downfall of some of this Radiance team, hasn't it? And a lot of that sort of echoed by pros around the league, where it's like mechanically, if they're proactive, if they're bringing the fight to you, mechanically these guys are hard to stop. It's getting themselves to that point. So I think if Radiance are able to bring that here in Game 2, they've given themselves the tools to do so, but can they actually forge that forward is the next question. Second round of bans complete now. Still some emphasis on Neil in the second wave. Ardio and Ganesh taken away by Radiance. Mid lane, Hunter there, a little bit of presence there from the Knights, excuse me. In their final 2 bans, Discordia off the board, Uller as well, but the Chernabog, interesting pickup here for Zetman.
It's additional objective shred, but Chernabog gives you that added benefit of that huge bit of burst with the 1-2 combos, so to be able to confirm some of these objectives if it does come down to a 50-50 coin toss scenario. I like the draft from both squads so far. PK's methodology, their ideology on what they want to do with the draft, largely the same, but Radiance making some large shifts. The Cernuno's getting picked up, the Amaterasu. Their draft has a lot more cohesion. I think that they should be able to fight in a lot more easily. Their level 1 is a little bit overall weaker than it was last game for Radiance, so we see that same 5-on-5 stack before the minions spawn. I think PK are going to definitely be looking for it yet again. Bacchus coming through for Neil. That's an aggressive pick. It's going to be hard to deal with as CERN since he doesn't have a traditional jump. We might see him, again, PK try and run it down duo.
Well, Neil's bag of tricks will be opened up once more, and this time it's the Bacchus that comes out. Raijin run back here from Big Man Tings. Did you like what you saw enough in Game 1 for Radiance to go back here in Game 2, or did you not really get a good feel on how this Raijin really looks in Radiance's hands?
The Raijin mechanically was solid. He was hitting his abilities, he was choosing the right times to find jumps. It's just that his team wasn't able to fight with him. I think that getting rid of the Raijin would have been a misplay. He's still a fantastic pick. He's an artillery mage who's got plenty of stealth peel tools. You could try and avoid the Hunbots and the Osiris very easily with that Thunderclap. I think that largely Radiance's draft overall is a lot better. I'd say PK's is just about as good, if not slightly better as well. But I am excited to see how they decide to play it. If Radiance get aggressive, they might run away with it.
Well, it's time to bounce back now if you're Radiance, and that means it's time to go down to Gormizer for Game 2.
Well, thank you so much once again, Dave. It's me and Aggro down here, and well, I was a little curious, much like it seemed like the desk were, as to whether or not the Knights were going to get as aggressive as early on as they did last game. It looks like this time around, maybe a little bit slower pace, but hey! You wanted to vote last time around. You can vote once again this time. Tell us who you think can take game number 2 here with this draft coming in. If it's going to be Radiance bringing in the Kernanos or the Knights being able to take us to a 2-win lead. Go ahead and throw that one up in chat. But Aggro, now, it really is, in my eyes, the Zernabog going up against Cyclone Spins Kernanos, something that we don't get to see too often.
Agreed. I think that Kernanos is a pick that I'm a little surprised we haven't seen more experimentation with, to be honest with you, Gore. I mean, we're starting to see a little bit more Hera, courtesy of Dardes. I think people are starting to remember that, oh yeah, Polymorph is a really, really strong CC. Instead of this line ability, what if we just put it on a giant AoE circle like we have with the Kernanos ultimate? And remember, Kernanos got a change not too long ago. That autumn season now no longer just strips away physical protections, but also magical protection, so it's going to make sure that Big Man can start to do more damage once Cyclone starts to hit them with that Autumn Decay. It's no longer just physical, it's now all protections for that up to 25 at max rank. I just think that Kernanos has the potential to be pretty good.
I mean, it's something that so far is making things a little easier for them. A good stun from Neil is going to be able to slow down the aggression from Radiance over here in the duo lane, but they're losing pressure over there in mid, as we just saw Paul get pushed back. Zetman and Neil having some struggles here, and well, hey, it's a 59-41 split once again in favor of the Knights.
That sounds familiar.
Wondering if some of those guys are going to be maybe changing the tune with how aggressive Radiance feels at the beginning of this game compared to what we saw out of them last game.
I love it already. So much better for them to start off. Not only do they defend their own red instead of getting invaded, they turn it around and actually invade PK's red. So now Paul doesn't have a red buff or purification beef because of the aggression from adapting early on. Look, it's too early to say for sure, but certainly the right start here for Radiance. Being aggressive and being willing to go for objectives, not just the kills.
And, you know, one of the things you had highlighted, and granted it is maybe centered more around Cyclone Spin, but having Protection Shred in the game, it's one of my favorite things to look at. It's something that I bring up often when there's like a Ganesh in the game because of how much that can impact a team fight. But now you also have that res from Aurora, maybe being able to play a little safer and maybe more team-oriented than we saw on that Terra last game, giving someone a revive in the event that himself, Benji, maybe adapting, end up going too deep. I feel like they can throw a little more caution to the wind and just kind of jump at the Knights and see what happens once Aurora hits level 5.
And Aurora's got to be more impactful than he was last time on the Terra, but his job is easier to be impactful on when behind on the Khepri, because Terra, yes, it's still press 4, be relevant, and that's certainly true. But with the way that Aurora was playing it, he was blinking, he was going to the back line, he was really trying to hit members of PK more so than his own team. Khepri is just not going to do that. It doesn't matter if you're level 5 or level 15. Putting a Scarab's Bless on a carry over a wall is going to be problematic for the enemy team. And so I think that Aurora's difference in playstyle here, while it might not vibe with what we're typically used to seeing from him in his career, though something a little bit more defensive, if this is the strategy for Radiance, make sure that Aurora is not taking too much farm, give it all away to adapting Big Man and Cyclone, then this style might fit Aurora better. It's just going to be harder for him as a player, I think, to adjust.
That's a change that we saw SSG make very early on in Phase 1 that ended up working out for them, was switching to maybe those more defensive supports overall. And hey, it favored them, so if you can make that kind of change in the span of a game here for Radiance, maybe even scrimming a little bit with it, it'd be a big switch for them. Because, you know, very similar beats, I would argue, as to the beginning of last game. I mean, I'm looking at Hunbats, I'm looking at this Daji, where they were aggressive last time, except right now it's not the Knights running away with some crazy lead, although it is, you know, 500 gold as of right now. Spread across everybody, yeah, that maybe isn't enough. You can buy 2 wards, big whoop, but it is something that you have to keep in mind as, you know, where the pressure is on the map. Paul being able to get his own red buff, but, you know, showing that adapting isn't unwilling to fight, much like right now. It gives me a little more hope for Radiance than I had, you know, 5 minutes into the last game.
Agreed. I think that their capability to fight early is definitely better, really just centered around this Kurnanos pick and Khepri pick more than the Terra, excuse me, and the ROM from last game.
As of right now, adapting, getting even more aggressive than we saw, I would argue, all of last game in one fell swoop here, hanging around the speed buff. And it's Neo in a little bit of trouble over there in left, and it looks like Cuvo's going to have to give up his speed buff here. So no matter what happens anywhere else on the map, I'm going to call that a win because it is so harmful to a level 4 Hunbats not to have that speed buff.
And that's really just good play by adapting and maybe a little bit of laziness from Fred. He takes it back on those top right mids. It's a little bit greedy, you know, it's faster for sure to just stick the back when you're right there, but adapting finds him, stops his back, and then makes sure that, well, Fred thinks, okay, can't really back now because my back harpies are up and don't want to fall behind there. Adapting walks towards them, keeps Fred on the line, so to speak, make sure that he's focused on where he is, instead of realizing that he needs to get a back off pretty soon. And then once Fred steps up, contests back harpies, and adapting hits 5 off of them. Fred does not. Now speed buffs up, and you know Fred hasn't reset yet, so he's not any stronger than you. In fact, you've got the advantage as Dodgy, even though you're not a great early game character, because you've hit your level 5 power spike. That was just good play by adapting, and Fred not being able to reset when he wanted to really throws a wrench in the game plans early here for PK.
If you were wondering, even after all of that, how big of a threat adapting is, well, there's 4 pairs of beads on the side of the Knights here they're going to be fighting up against, and almost all of that is built to maybe counter this Powwow, which adapting might be able to showcase a little bit here. Neil's going to jump in as they fight over the Oracles. Mikuvo potentially able to teleport in here and try to do something with that Fear No Evil, but the Knights seem to want to poke and run. That's going to be the Fear No Evil to lock down adapting. Not going to be able to get the Powwow off in time this time around. First blood goes over to Paul, starting off the Merlin off right, forcing Radiance to fall back.
Yeah, I don't know about that decision from adapting to use Trickster Spirit to go in. If you've got Blink, why not use it in that spot? I don't think he was in combat. And by channeling that Trickster Spirit, you're just telling Fred, hey, I'm going to be here in like a second, so don't fear no evil me maybe, so I can get my ultimate off, and Fred says, no, bro, you stole my speed buff. Of course I'm going to drop this ultimate and set you behind. Just an odd decision there, and then the zone work by Neil to make sure that Aurora can't step up to find that Scarab's Blessing was critical as well.
I'm a big fan of the idea of, like, hey, man, you know it'd be really cool if, like, maybe you didn't see me for the next, like, 10 seconds. That'd be pretty sick. I'm going to come in. I'm going to try to kill you, dude, but, like, you know, fair is fair. And unfortunately for Adapting, that conversation maybe didn't quite go the way he wanted to. I would argue maybe fortunately for him, and that doesn't seem to have hurt him as much as it could have. I think, you know, Cuvo maybe catches back up a little bit there in the jungle, which is probably the biggest point, but other than that, Aurora and Cyclones still running the duo lane. It seems like even though Paul gets that first blood, I mean, Merlin doesn't scream to me as the guy who's going to dominate in mid lane, especially against a Raijin, so they aren't giving up much control, even if Adapting makes a slip up like that. Even 2 or 3 of them he could probably afford throughout the game and not really sweat it too badly.
I mean, you're going to hit late game dodgy eventually, but if you can get ahead on that character, it feels pretty hopeless for the enemy team for sure. I just love this Kurnanos pickup so much more so far here for Radiance because it's allowed Adapting to find a lane to lean onto and be aggressive on this side of the map. Get that early red buff invade. Kurnanos is undervalued in terms of how much damage he does, man, and how good that wave clear is in conjunction with the Khepri. I mean, Cyclone's been on Zap's tower line all game so far here in game number 2, and he just does so much damage that PK doesn't feel super comfortable trying to turn around and find those ganks, and it's because not only the damage there from Kurnanos, but also how hard it is to kill him when there's a Khepri right next to him. So I think that the way that the Radiance has been playing this duo lane has been very solid so far.
I don't know how you feel about it, but I think I love seeing Cyclone spin on these picks that are maybe a little more outlandish than, you know, the typical, like, except for maybe Uller. It feels like when he is on, you know, those meta hunters, we don't really get to talk about Cyclone spin as much, or if we do, it's usually in a negative context as opposed to, you know, now it's the control in the lane. He's playing Kurnanos, which, again, maybe a few times he's been picked up here and there. His buffs make him a little more viable, but he is not the go-to hunter for a lot of these players. So it's something that he can bring to the table. Granted, sometimes it's also been, you know, set ADC, which we've had to highlight as positive and negative, I think, in different parts. So sometimes it maybe is worth experimenting in the regular phase, maybe not so much here at playoffs, but I think this crutch for them so far, as well as giving Benji Ama over there to maybe kind of control his lane, or at least slow down the pace of what we saw at a Scary D last game, it's been good for Radiance.
They made the right adjustments, man. They took away this King Arthur from Scary, and yeah, he's on Osiris, and he's gonna stand on the tower line. But against Ama, now that Benji has his boots and his Berserker shield, there's no kill potential anymore for Scary on that side of the map. I mean, he needs to find Adapting if he wants to get kills or rotate towards mid. And right now, mid lane, this Raijin's a little bit behind, but with the Deso done already, he does so much damage that it's kind of hard to dive him effectively even this early on because of the damage output he's going to have.
And even right now, you can kind of see it's difficult to get anything done, it feels like, for the Knights right now. Adapting, once again, maybe going a little too deep in the jungle this time. He's going to start something off. Aurora looking for a good pluck. But it's going to be a stun in retaliation from Neil to slow things down again. Palau comes out. Paul going to get pulled in and killed off by Adapting. So first kill for Radiance picked up here. Now they're looking for number 2, maybe number 3, as Adapting continues to go in onto Cuvo. Neil locked down and isolated. Looks like he should go down here. Rotation from Scary D to try and help out his support. It's maybe coming a little bit late, and Adapting, he's one hit away. He's going to run into the tower with the Scarab's Blessing to get the res all the way back into safety. And now it's going to be the rotation. It's a nice polymorph coming down from Cyclone. He's going to be able to jump in. That's Scary D gone. And Zapman, he's left standing as the rest of his team has been eliminated. He can't do much. And that smells like a Gold Fury.
That's a huge fight for Radiance, because not only is it kills Gormizer, but they found their way to the objective after the fact. Did a great fight from Adapting, and probably won't hear me see this the rest of the weekend, but some pretty poor relic usage from Paul ends up being the downfall there for PK. He holds on to the beads, thinks, there's not that much damage coming in, but I don't think a lot of players realize that that there's a lot of damage on the back end of Palau. You just need to get pulled. If you get pulled by Palau, it hurts a lot on that connection. And Raijin ult was there waiting for him. The really good damage coming from Tings over the wall with those Taiko drums. That all pulls all of PK into a position where then Adapting is going to be able to get even more damage off, and Tings is going to be able to get even more damage off. And Adapting is able to clean up a nice double, ends up surviving long enough, juking out those shots from Zap. That was a huge fight from Radiance to not only get all those kills, but not lose a whole lot on the back end either.
Well, it's a nice change of pace to see the kills end up reading 4-1 this time, but it's not the Knights somehow ahead by 2,000 gold coming through, even though Radiance are winning all of their fights. So a big pickup and a big turnaround. And it is these engagements, like you say, maybe not the right calls from Paul, using the beats too late in the engagement, not having them available now. That's opening the door. And, Daji with this Crusher, which does a lot of damage. And I think Adapting, especially with these opening kills, this is where we maybe start to see his pace, start to pop off. I mean, even though they lost their set last week against Sanguine, that was one of the biggest things early on, was how big Adapting got in their control in that set. And I think if we can see that Adapting in this game, well, we're in best of 5 territory. Knights only need 2 more games, but Radiance can keep them on their toes.
I don't think there's any question that Adapting's been the most consistent and best player for Radiance so far this year. I mean, Cyclone has had his great highs, Benji's had some great highs, Big Man's had solid games, Aurora's still had some really impactful games, but Adapting has been very, very consistent so far this year, and his high end is still just as high as anybody else's in the entire league. So for him to get off to such a good start, a double kill there, Gold Fury after the fact, stays alive because of the Scarab's blessing from Aurora, that is a great start, because Daji is the type of character that can win games by herself come late game. So I think that this should be a pretty good opportunity here for Radiance.
And that Scarab's Blessing is one of the things I think I'd love to highlight, because so many times we see that ult get thrown out and then teams will just ignore it. That's the best way to counter it. Hey, don't kill him dead and he won't get the res off. But being able to just dive into the tower and, make plays like that where it's, the res is going to pop off. Not only that, but Aurora's been running away since he threw it onto you, so you're going to get pulled completely out of the engagement, so you'll be safe. It's things like that that are going to keep Radiance ahead in this game and maybe in control, at least the way I like to see it, from a Khepri coming down. And once again, we see Aurora pushing that Thebes back an item instead of going for it right after his boots. He's gone the Sovereignty here to maybe give him some upfront tankiness and maybe making it a little harder to deal with this Khepri, even though now actually he has a lead compared to last game.
This is a much different look for Radiance. I mean, you've got a lead for Cyclone Spin and itemization. He started off and rushed the Devo Gauntlets, which always ends up stronger if you can just survive until you get your boots, without losing a whole lot or falling behind, because the enemy starts to stack when you're basically done stacking, and that ends up with a pretty big power discrepancy because of how much those stacks are worth for the Devourer's Gauntlets, and now Neil in trouble.
Well, that's going to be the pal out. It's going to pull him in instantly, and they're going to look to lock him down. Maybe didn't need Big Man Tings to toss out his ult, but it's certainly not going to hurt them as that comes through. Zapman went up, maybe looking for a rotation, looking to try and slow down Radiance, but it's not going to be able to find anything. So now Zapman, without an avenue of safety as well, creates some questions over here on the duo lane. But Cuvo Fred with Blink available, Fear No Evil available. He's looking for something. Unfortunately, it seems like Radiance are playing very safe over there and left. They're going to be able to get this tier 1 tower over here, forces the beads from Cyclone, but he's ready to fight and box this one out, and actually forces Cuvo to run away from the engagement.
Wow, Cyclone turns it around and charges Zapman down. If you're in your casual games and you're not maxing Kern 3 second, you're messing up, because it does so much damage. Zap gets caught and doesn't use a single relic. Cyclone with the clean 2v1 on his own purple buff. That was sick from Radiance, and a great sequence of events for them. More poor relic usage from PK, though I do give Neil more benefit of the doubt as a tank player with purification beads. It's normally not something that you have to be that used to. Right there, the quick pull from Adapting on that ultimate catches Neil off guard. That opens up the tier 1 tower. With Cuvo not there in mid because he's trying to make a play on the left-hand side. Not only does that play not really pan out, though 2 relics down is certainly good, but Cyclone gets himself a kill anyways and really starts to extend that lead that he has over Zapman.
And it's one of those kills, it's not just, oh man, a style kill, a 2v1, but I feel like that starts to get into your head, especially if you're Zapier. You just use your ult, you weren't able to collapse in maybe as fast as your team wanted to, but that's one of those kills that you have to, I would argue, do a mental reset from, because it just should not go that way. There's no reason that Cyclone Spin should be able to turn that around, except for the fact that Cyclone Spin's just an amazing player, and so far proving that on this Kernanos. So it keeps that duo lane, maybe even at less of a stalemate, gives more advantage over to Cyclone where they've already had it. Now they're keeping Knights on their toes. Like you said, the up-down that comes down from adapting is going to be big, and it might be big here. Scary D looking to run away, but unfortunately Lord of the Afterlife isn't going to get you very far, and it's not going to get you very far fast. Tings is going to be able to pick him up with the tail end of his ultimate, and that's going to be another clean kill. Now 7-1 in favor of Radiance.
Man, this is just not looking good for PK here in this game, because it's not as dire as game number 1, I feel like, but the team fight is still strong here for Radiance, as again, Cyclone just weaves through the net. A 2-man dive, 3-man dive underneath his tier 1, and not only is Cyclone still standing, but he's surging forward.
And normally you would be talking about maybe having to wipe some sweat off your brow. Man, it was close, maybe dangerous. No, Cyclone did not panic once throughout that engagement. Had it all under control. Now the Primal Fury is going to be started up by Radiance. Neil, it's just over the wall, but Aurora is going to spot him out. You can't get caught out right now if you're Neil. So unfortunately for the Knights, that means that this Primal Fury is going down. Radiance taking this lead. They're finding the kills, sometimes even turnarounds. And they're getting these objectives this time around. They have taken pretty much every note they needed from game 1 and flipped it on its head.
Now Paul's down a level and a half in mid. Adapting has a level lead. 2 levels for Benji in solo lane, and 2 levels for Cyclone in ADC, with Aurora up a level as well. I mean, you've got an experience lead everywhere on the map right now for Radiance, and I think your composition is just so much better late game. You look at the options on the other side. I mean, Raijin, just as good as Merlin late game in my mind. Daji, just as good as Hunbat's late game. Different styles, but both really, really strong. Amma is far, far better than Osiris come late game, because that passive, the aura for 1, and the passive that she provides so that you can burn objectives really well. You got the Kernanos, which I think is a little bit better late game, even though it's a bit unsafe. Chernobog can struggle to find good uses for that ultimate at times, whereas you'll always love to have that Wild Hunt in the middle of a team fight.
All right, now it's Scary D that's getting locked down. And again, this goes back to some of the highlight videos we had at the very beginning. You shut down Scary D, you keep your carries safe, you take away an avenue for the Knights to fight back, and Fire Giant started up, half health. Neil in the area, though, and, well, there's still good zoning coming through. Seems like the Knights are perfectly fine ignoring this one. They're going to get a tier 2, it looks like, in mid. They get the tier 1 over there in left, so 3 towers for Fire Giant. I don't know, even weighing that on the scales, it feels like it's going to come back and bite him pretty fast.
Man, I hope Neil turned around and looked at Ronnie's computer and made sure that he was awake right there. He had ultimate up and just decided that he could live through the stun damage, I guess, of Dazzling Offensive. I imagine that he was trying to jump over the wall and couldn't find a landing spot in time, but the wall wasn't what was stopping you, bro. You know, you just got to make sure that you get away from that stun. The fact that he doesn't opens up the door, because let's say Scary does get that back off, gets away, uses ultimate, backs, then he can upgrade his TP, come back in for that Fire Giant fight. Zap's on the left-hand side, he's got ultimate, he can join in on that fight. No way Radiance should be able to just walk in and kill Scary D right there. And that's 3 instances now, Gormizer, of just really, really bad CC immunity usage from PK. And Radiance is 3 for 3 on converting on that team fight, and 3 for 3 on getting objectives after the fact. You're not going to win that many games no matter who you are. I don't care if you're the defending champs, if you're going to be making mistakes like that.
And unfortunately, it's one of those times that it's cost them, and it feels really weird because this game has been in Radiance's control, well, it feels like since minute 1, and it seems like it might continue that way. Zapman goes up, Zapman comes down. It looks like he's going to be able to get out of here. Wild Hunt is going to be able to separate and cause some trouble for the Knights, but it's not going to force anything big out of them. A couple of beads, maybe. It's the objectives that they're still after for Radiance. Phoenix is cracked open over here from mid and left. So it's really up to them as to where they go in, but it feels like this control has just been here. The Knights still can fight back, still find a huge defense, but it just feels like maybe these mistakes are happening too often in this game to count on them to be able to find something like a fight back.
And now you look at the ultimates. You've got 3 on cooldown on a Phoenix defense, including Fear No Evil. Remember, Merlin's ultimate, it counts. It does a lot of damage in melee range, but it's really there as the stance switch, so you're really down almost every ult. It's only your support ult that's really still up and going to be super valuable for you here. Whereas Radiance, yes, they've used 2 of their ults, but they still have Tycho Drums, they still have Dazzling Offensive, they still have got Relics. Love their odds.
Well, unfortunately for the Knights, they almost don't have Zapman anymore. He goes up to stay safe, comes back down, and Benji is the first one removed from the fight. Radiance looking to try and get the Phoenix, but maybe unsure as to where they want to put all that aggression. Adapting goes too deep once again. Paul's going to be able to get the clap back there, and again, the defense maybe works out a little bit. Neil has to use his ult. They get a few more charged back up. That's going to be 2 Fire Giant buffs burned away from Radiance as they are forced to fall back. There's an Oni Fury coming up. It honestly might still help them out.
Man, that was a bit of a rough sequence there for Radiance because 2 people die and Aurora still holds on to Scarab's Blessing. Now, no one was close enough to be in range, but that shouldn't really happen, right? I mean, or either Aurora, I believe when Benji was dying, Aurora was auto-attacking the Phoenix, or at least an auto-attack range of the Phoenix. He needs to step up a little bit, be in range to ult him. Adapting gets too far from Aurora. I don't think he can ever step over and help him, but it's twofold. Not only does Aurora need to be in better position to ult these people, but his teammates need to be cognizant of where Aurora is so that they can be in range to be ulted.
Oh, Radiance are going to be able to strip that one away from the Knights at the tail end, so they still end up getting that Oni Fury. So maybe more of a contest than they thought there was going to be in the process. But I think beautiful to be able to turn that corner and come back in. You know, positioning, withstanding, they've been playing this game pretty well, but the Knights triple the amount of kills that they've been able to pick up in that last engagement. So defense is still looking good, and it feels like Radiance have to hit the pause button right now until that Fire Giant comes up. Maybe push these Oni waves up a little bit, but I mean, they really are hoping on these fights to go their way, and they've had that control, but it feels like a lot of the wins, as you had highlighted earlier, have been maybe more on the back of mistakes from the Knights than Radiance doing everything perfectly. So if there's still an avenue for the Knights to come in, I would argue it's now.
I agree. They're only down 5K, and that's really, it's a lot for 22 minutes. This game pace has been pretty quick. It feels like it should be a little bit later, so 5K is certainly relevant, but it's not back-breaking here if you're PK. I think that there's a chance that you could step up and defend. It looks like with Fred's positioning, that it looks like PK is not going to choose to make a Fire Giant defense here. I don't know. I mean, their last Phoenix defense went really well. You've got Merlin on the defensive. You've got Hunbat on the defensive. Those are both really, really good gods on Phoenix defenses, but I'm a little bit surprised, Gore. I'm a little bit surprised that PK isn't here.
I mean, it kind of feels... I think any team fight where I see a Hunbats with Fear No Evil up, not in it, it just feels weird to know that they aren't going for that. It feels like it could be so massive. But hey, Fire Giant back on the belts of Radiance. So still in control. They got that last tier 2, so it really is all down to these Phoenix defenses now for the Knights. Maybe try and turn this around. And you managed to keep all of your ults. Maybe the highlight that comes into this, I mean, you were highlighting how the defense couldn't be too big if Cuvo, Scary D didn't have theirs. Now you can see they're hardly leaving the Phoenix line as far as they're concerned. They want this defense to go well. They want to turn it around here. But I feel like adapting can kind of pull you out. Aurora can set you up. Benji can set you up. I don't know. How do the Knights hold this off for this long?
Your poke damage has got to be strong here, coming from Paul in particular, and you've got to stay safe from this powwow. I mean, you've got 5 sets of CC immunity on your side. You've got to make sure you're using them appropriately, which has been a struggle for PK so far, but you've got to really pay attention to where adapting is. His damage is through the roof right now. He's got all the boxes checked. Erendite, Heartseeker, Hydras. These backliners can get insta-killed pretty easily.
Well, they're going to have to try and dodge that one here. Neil getting a little low. Scary D as well as the poke comes through. Radiance are going to fall back ever so slightly, wait for this minion wave, and then re-aggress. Ult still available for adapting to be able to try and find something out. Seems like they're still timid from game 1 to just jump in and, well, around the Phoenix is maybe the right time to do so. Finally going to start tanking it up, and there's going to be the Frenzy. They're going to look to get aggressive, and it's going to be Neil who takes the brunt of the damage up front, half health. And he's going to be forced to fall back here, and it feels like this war of attrition. Jump in, do a little damage, fall back. Jump in, do a little damage, fall back, and as of right now, they haven't committed too hard. There's going to be the Fear No Evil from Kiervo. Fred, Roar looking to get locked down, forces the Scarab's Blessing onto himself, but he's going to get the res. They're going to be able to find Kiervo in the process, so they get that first blood pick off. Now Adapting going to be able to get aggressive, go in alongside Big Man Tings. The Phoenix goes down, and the damage is starting to pour through. Zapman burned away thanks to the jungler from Radiance, and they're going to turn their eyes back a little bit. They get 2 clean picks. Now they could maybe open up another Phoenix.
No wave coming for them in mid, though, here, Gore, which is awkward because Paul is still alive, has both his relics and his change stance. I like this call quite a bit. Let's just walk all the way to right because this is where our minion wave is. That'll remove these backdoor protections. This Fire Giant was not enhanced, so those still matter for Radiance. And this is a smart call. I like this a lot.
Well, they're going to go ahead and get aggressive. They don't have to worry about Cubo for another 15 seconds. Neil looking to get burned down alongside Scary D, but Neil just gets erased off the board. Scary D going to follow shortly thereafter along with the Phoenix. And now Paul left to try and do the impossible. A 1v5 here to turn it around for the Merlin. There's some low health bars. The Titan is starting to get attacked. The minions are pouring in. The damage is still there. And it looks like Radiance going to be able to pull this one through, especially with these kills. Fear No Evil going to be able to pick up a little bit. They lose Adapting, but well, they don't even need to find Paul and Cubo afterward. The Titan goes down, and Radiance take game number 2.
And that game is so much more impressive and exactly the type of game that I think Radiance wants to see. Adapting's able to get off to a good lead, set the pace of the game very, very well. Aurora does not fall behind this time around. Cyclone looks like the old Cyclone spin, 2v1ing in his lane. For me, I think that Cyclone really turns around that whole game. I mean, yes, Adapting was off to a good lead. Yes, that was looking good. But having a side lane, and really both your side lanes that have struggled so far this year, Benji got ahead and Cyclone got ahead. Those two, I think, really made sure that this game ended quickly. That was a fast one, Gore, because couple 20-minute games, that has been impressive in the early game there from Radiance.
I mean, that was, again, it feels weird because both of these games, even though there were several avenues for a team to maybe re-engage, re-enter the conversation of, yes, they can still win this, or even turn it around, it kind of feels like from the 3rd minute of each game, we were just able to kind of say, yep, Radiance is in the lead, and the tune never changed. Knights never found that avenue. They never took the off-ramp onto the right road they needed to get on. And, I mean, maybe that's the case between these two. Maybe they just know each other that well. But, you know, where do these re-engages come through? I mean, I'm so used to seeing teams, you know, fight around that Fire Giant. Why are they not choosing to here?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit composition dependent. I think that Neil has been going for these non-CC immune ultimates and this dodgy there for Adapting, I don't think is a coincidence. I think that I'd like to see Neil on something where he can afford to play a little bit more aggressively and still have a team fight relic. Forcing him to pick up beads every game is really, really harming the team fight potential there for PK. The Hunbats has looked good. I do think that Hunbats is a little bit overvalued, though. I want to see if maybe we can get Fred on something else.
Yeah, maybe pick it up a little bit later, or, as you said, maybe give Fred something else he can be aggressive on. I'll be excited to see. I'm sure everyone will be excited to see it in game number 3. But, guys, we're going to take a quick break before we get into picks and bans for game number 3. So hold tight, get some snacks, get some drinks. We'll be right back with more playoffs.
Welcome back to the Phase 1 playoffs, everybody. Turns out that putting together that Maconomic chair has Dolson scratching his head a little bit more maybe than we thought. So he's working on that. Meanwhile, I'm joining you all here on the desk, and I will be happy to take this opportunity to remind you all that we're currently in the middle of Cthulhu's summer sale. Get crazy low prices on gems and more. He has awakened. He wants you to get a good deal. Prices are deteriorating on gems, chests, skins, and more. So catch those discounts before you catch the craze. Sounds pretty good to me, so make sure you all are enjoying that while you can. Meanwhile, Mifflin and I are going to enjoy talking about this set that we're in the middle of right now because Radiance just had a pretty big bounce back game number 2 there, Miff, considering how dominant things were for the Knights in game 2. What were some of the big adjustments you saw that gave them more of a fighting chance this time around?
I would say the pace of kills was largely the same between game 1 and 2. Radiance run up 4-1 at about 10 minutes in, but instead of getting those kills reactionary, they were looking for the fights themselves, and immediately upon finding a pick, what do? They go to the objective. They go to Gold Fury, they try and pressure down a tower. We saw Adapting was putting very early, very heavy pressure onto Cuvo in his own jungle, which single-handedly delayed Cuvo's level 5 by about a minute and a half, which is insanely impactful. Make sure that that monkey can't get involved from minute 1, get that Fear No Evil, and at no point was PK able to fight in. Radiance kind of just run away with it from there. There was at no point did PK pull the lead back. It never returned to parity. Objectives get burned for free. Even Radiance run away with a steal at one point. The one time PK looked like they might be able to peek their head in the door and just completely shut it down. Fire Giant at 20 minutes from there, and it was just a clean game.
And I think that when we see two teams that are this strong playing each other, Mifflin, I think the games are going to kind of look like this sometimes because both of these teams are too strong, I think, to make mistakes when they build up a strong lead. And the other teams will do everything they can to try and fight back in, but sometimes you're fighting into the numbers. I mean, remember the Cyclone Spin turnaround play he had onto Zatman, too? I mean, on that Kernanos? I think what we really saw was that we were seeing a Radiance team playing with some confidence. When they were able to get ahead, they did not slow down on it, and then able to pretty mechanically makes it sound kind of impersonally, but to very correctly move around the map to the next objective and keep stretching out their lead. But were there any areas where you saw where the Knights maybe could have capitalized a bit more to try and get back in, or was it just too clean from Radiance?
I would say the Knights got a little bit overzealous with some of their aggression, some of the picks that they went for. I could see how they want to get back in, like that 2-3-man dive onto Cyclone around the 15-minute mark on his own tier 1. They go in a little bit too deep, they overextend, Cyclone Spin makes it out alive, and then they immediately get turned on. I think if PK go back to their patient playstyle, they don't get dragged into the pace that Radiance was establishing in that game, and they waited out. They could have made a comeback. Their defensive comp is incredibly strong. If they group up on Phoenix's 5, Cuvo can engage, Paul can keep the minion wave out, Zap can do all sorts of Chernobog damage. There's plenty of ways that they could have dealt with it, but instead they kept looking for fights in neutral zones when Radiance already had a huge lead. Instead, I would have liked to see the Knights show just a bit more patience.
Maybe something to give them another chance to try and get back into this one, because you're right, it felt a bit like they were just kind of walking back into the wood chipper. And I know a big conversation point for Gore and Aggro on the cast here was Aurora on this more supporty pick, because I feel like Aurora at his best, even this year, has been when he's on some of these aggressive picks, but I think there are some times because of how he plays, because of how Radiance likes to split their farm up, when he might be a bit better served on some of these more supportive picks like the Kepri. Is that part of what you saw making a difference here this game as well?
I would say so. The Scarab's Blessing got insane value every single time it was used. I don't think it was whiffed even once. He kept his boys alive. They always had to PK, that is, work through 6 lives. They had to kill someone twice at the beginning of every single engagement. Instead of getting a pick and then maybe the Scarab's Blessing comes for someone else, Aurora was always heads up on every single one of them. And it didn't stop him from playing aggressively on this Kepri. He was looking for these deep abducts. He was playing inside the enemy towers. He's looking for dives inside the enemy mid lane tower. He was able to play his same style while simultaneously using the tools that Kepri has.
Well, man, if I could already just tell from seeing you that you're looking pretty comfortable as you enjoy watching the SPL. Maybe enjoy watching it's not the right word, as you're part of it. But for you all that are out there trying to just watch the SPL at home, remember that we all are interested here in how you all are enjoying it. Tweet at us at SMITE Pro using hashtag SPL to show us how you're watching, and then maybe you'll get to hop onto the broadcast, just like Christian Alto. My man clearly enjoying it outside, kind of making sure he's got the whole thing going on, getting some comfort, maybe getting some cooking going, and also enjoying the SPL. So hopefully you all can show us how you are enjoying it too, and you could be part of this broadcast. But we are ready now to start getting ready for the picks and bans for game number 3. And normally in the regular SPL, this is that big decider match, but instead, this is just the 3rd game of what could go all the way 5 here, Mifflin. So if there's any adjustments to make here, you got to make sure you still have some left in the tank for games 4 and potentially game 5 as well.
I agree, and adjustments do need to be made. I think PK have already established that, all right, well, we need to run it down Radiance's duo. That's how we got our first opening in Game 1. We weren't quite able to do it in Game 2, likely due to the picks. They weren't able to get that same level of aggression. Bacchus got forced into buying beads early on and then got completely blasted by adapting the entirety of the game, and that's not by mistake. There was no question what the strategy was. They ban out all the CC immune Guardians. They ban out all the gods that have CC immunity on their ultimates, force Neilma to take this less safe pick, and then you pick this Daji to continually put the pressure on there. I think if PK if they want to get some safety, want to get some aggression out of their duo, they might need to prioritize their support a little bit higher up in the draft.
Yeah, maybe trying to get Neilma on something of value. I mean, it's real tough right now, this conversation about where exactly you want your support, what pick you want them on, how much farm are they getting. There's a lot to it, and sometimes you have to make those decisions this early on, Mifflin, in the draft in terms of what kind of pick are we going to put them on to make sure it's to complement our playstyle. It's a lot these pros are thinking about, but that's why there's all that money and all those points on the line here as well. This is the big time here in the playoffs, so they got to make sure they're bringing their A game. So far, though, these picks and bans look fairly standard. The Hell, the Camelzots, and the King Arthur. Radiance taking away 2 potential solo lane picks. Meanwhile, the Knights take away the Umoja and the Heimdall, a bit of an eye towards that duo lane. Nothing too different from what we've seen up until this point.
It seems like they're completely running back the bans from Game 2, which means that we will likely see a lot of the same picks going forward. And I don't think that PK's draft was particularly weak in Game 2. I think that had they established their early lead, we would have seen largely the same thing that Radiance did. It's just whichever team's able to get ahead is going to keep running with it. Neither one of these guys is playing sloppy at all. They're both playing incredibly talented. They're both playing incredibly methodical, and they're going for objectives when they know that they can get it without too much resistance from the opposition. Radiance going ahead and picking up the Khepri first off. It worked so well. It's so hard to counter. He's not a weak god. He doesn't really have anything that can be exploited about him. Might as well take it first.
Yeah, it's a pretty strong pick. Aurora looked comfortable on it last game too, so no reason not to grab it here. Plus, there's all the additional value of making sure that Neil doesn't have it, and clearly the Bacchus wasn't quite working out for them. So I think that Radiance are doing the right thing to prioritize something comfortable for Aurora and take a shot at Neil all at the same time. The only problem is that now the Knights are going to be the ones that have the Amaterasu and the Merlin for Paul there in the middle lane. Letting him feel comfortable on this Merlin pick is always a potentially scary prospect.
Yeah, all 3 games now. Now, with Amaterasu, that objective burn that Merlin already has in spades, yeah, it's getting a little bit stronger. Ama passive is going to make it a lot more easy to burn out these Pyromancers if she rotates towards gold. That thing is going to absolutely melt into thin air. Like an aberration in the night, Gold Fury might as well not exist against the damage that PK has. So Radiance are looking to do the exact same thing. They're looking to get that pressure rolling out. This Daji made it very hard for Cuvo to operate in Game 2. I'm assuming Game 3 is going to be largely the same. Nike getting picked up alongside it, we might be seeing it go into that soul lane. She's a little bit easier to bully out than a lot of the warriors that we are normally seeing over there, but still, you have that secondary health bar. She's going to get that passive online a lot more quickly, and she should be able to out-rotate just about anybody that they toss over into PK's solo.
That's right. You trade away some of that burst potential Nike can have on the ultimate for the burst potential in terms of a health shield going in the other direction, right? So it's a bit more defensive, but still has that big swing potential in a fight. So far, Radiance looking about what we would have expected from this draft, right? No real reason to switch things up. The Knights are going to bring in this Hachiman here alongside this Amaterasu too. So still some room for these teams to make some adjustments. We don't know what Tings are going to be playing in the middle lane, and I doubt you want it to be the Raijin. Looks like the Knights agree to target the middle lane, but maybe not that same pick. They're going to ban away the Discordia, and there's that Raijin, trying to limit some of those options for Radiance's mid laner here, Myth.
But it seems like Radiance forgot their strategy of forcing Neilma into these tertiary picks. Instead, they're going to target out the jungler, Pele, and Robin getting taken out. These are both incredibly aggressive picks. Robin would have been a fantastic bridge pick to make sure that Merlin makes his way into the late game. Pele has so much pressure, it's very hard to deal with as a Daji, as a Nike. But banning out Pele is a little bit of a question mark to me. You already have the Khepri, and you know that Pele is largely single-target focused. That's a direct counter there. Scarab's Blessing is going to make her get very little value out of Volcanic Eruption, but instead, it's going to be the Hun bots getting reprised by Cuvo.
Yeah, this might be a question of who gets to be the one that puts the other one in the CC chain first, as both of these junglers now, with pretty big team fight changing the direction of ultimates. Not really an expression, but I'll try my best to make it one. The Hou Yi comes in now for Radiance as well, so we're still waiting on what it is that Tings is going to be piloting, and it looks like it'll be the Agni. I've been a big proponent of this pick, but he has struggled at times, Mifflin. Even though he's got that range initiation, sometimes he could be a bit slower than some of these other mages.
His damage spikes come a lot later as well. Sure, you've got 3 ultimates available, but each individual piece is going to do less burst than anything that the majority of mages are going to bring. But I really, really like Agni into this draft. He's going to have a very easy time avoiding the Hun bots, Fear No Evil. He can get out of these sticky situations, and if he has to, he can chase down this Merlin through his Flicker if he needs to. The range and engagement factor is going to be huge for this comp, especially considering that Radiance really only has 2 real ways in. It's that Khepri Abduct, a Daji pull. Now Agni can add his stun to that column from a distance and then get Nike set up or Hu Yi set up for some additional damage. I like the pick overall, but this Artio getting picked up from PK, if Agni falls behind ever, Neil Ma is not going to let go of him.
But are you not worried taking this Artio into the Daji? I mean, this seems like a pick that could easily be potentially bullied by these Palos. How do you see that matchup going?
I'm imagining Neil picks up Beads again, which is going to suck for the rest of his squad, but it should keep him alive through at least one rotation of CC. But that's been Radiance's strat since the first game, and Neil keeps playing into it. That said, the aggression that PK's draft has might be the match.
Well, let's get into game number 2 then. Radiance and Knights. I'll hand it down to Gore and Aggro.
Well, thank you so much, Finch, and thank you for stepping in there. It's nice to hear your voice once again as we jump into game number 3 here. And you know, Aggro, at the end of game 2, I had asked you one of the things you wanted to see, and you had said maybe Cuvo going a little bit away from this Hunbats, and well, he's right back on it, and we have adapting right back on that Daji. How are you feeling about the drafts coming in here? Are the Knights going to be able to maybe keep some of this control they lost early in game 2?
Maybe. I mean, the only thing they really change, I like Zap going back to the Hachiman. I think that he definitely looked a lot better on this pick than he did on that Chernobog. And I like Scary getting this Ama away from Benji and putting him back on this Nike pick where Benji didn't seem super impactful. But I think it speaks volumes that Pittsburgh Knights has been top 2ing this Hunbats pick, and then they don't pick it up top 2. Radiance decide not only do we have the opportunity to ban it, but we're going to ban Assassins away from Fred, but keep that one. You can keep going with this pick that you've been top 2ing. I think that speaks volumes. I think it shows that Radiance isn't really that scared of this Hunbats, and frankly, I kind of agree with them. I like Radiance continuing to put a roar on this pick of the Khepri. I think that he's looked great on it in game 2. Cyclone on another big play Hunter. I think that I like what Radiance has.
I mean, just being able to come through, it's, well, been looking good for them. And once again, for Radiance, it is the control over here in the duo lane that seems to be going a little bit more their way. Neil does go back to this RDO, though, so maybe something to keep track of there. And they bring in the Agni, so a couple of maybe question marks for Radiance. But it does feel like they've been more willing to change it up than what we've really seen out of the Knights. I mean, you could argue every single one of these gods is either one they've played this set or we've seen within the last week, I feel like, from them. So maybe not too much variety from the Knights, and maybe shooting themselves in the foot. That's the right phrase for what they're doing. If Cuvo Fred doesn't go big this game, I don't know what else to say other than skip the Hunbats.
Yeah, I think that Pittsburgh Knights have really started to identify, at least in my mind they should have started to identify exactly how these games have progressed, where Radiance is trying to get to late game, they're trying to group up as 5, that's where they feel the most comfortable. And Pittsburgh Knights did a great job of being objective-oriented early in game 1. They just need to make sure that they don't start to fall behind, because Radiance will push that lead well.
All right, now Aurora a little bit low, but it's going to be Zapman. Cyclone Spin goes in, and he finds himself the kill right there. It's a beautiful turnaround, considering Aurora was maybe seconds from death himself. And now they get first blood to boot. Control of this duo lane goes their way, and much like in Game 2, it was realistically just getting control of that lane over there that let Adapting have that confidence he needed. A lane to lean on, I think, is the phrase that you used, that allows this Daji to start to grow and become more of a threat.
Well, that's just a fight Radiant should be taking every time, because Neil picking Artio again against the Daji forces his hand to pick up Purification Beads. So he's got beads, Aurora's got upgraded Shell. Who do you think is going to win that 2v2? That's just it's a huge advantage for Radiance that they know that they've got this ace in the hole for if anyone on their side gets low, whereas Zapman, he's on the island if he gets low. Neil can't really do that much to help him because Neil doesn't have a team fight relic on his side. I think that these god selections for Neil have really pigeonholed how this lane is going to play out if Radiance are drafting aggressively enough. Game 1, they went with the ROM. That was a little bit too passive. I think that we saw that this exact duo lane from PK push that Terra ROM lane under tower. If you know that the enemy support's going to get beads, pick something aggressive so that you could actually leverage that in lane instead of Neil going, oh, I don't need it that relic anyways because we're going to be fine in lane regardless.
It was one of the other big hallmarks that you had actually mentioned, at the very end of Game 2 there, was very much in this duo lane, Neil specifically, getting kind of forced and pushed around by adapting. Even when adapting's not there, not directly interacting with Neil, these beads are him being pushed around by him. So that is going to give him maybe a little bit more room to wiggle around in as some ults are going to start coming online. And that's where this, maybe mid laners and their conversation joins the fray. Because Paul, we've seen a lot of good objective shred, but this Agni, maybe he's not known for the 100-0 burst you down and 2 abilities like we see out of some other mages. But in terms of utility, this feels like it's a dangerous game. Teams just setting up, adapting constantly. I feel like there's going to be a theme for Radiance throughout this game.
A ton of CC for Radiance, and people who have listened to my commentary over the years should know that I'm just a huge fan of heavy CC compositions. Crowd control and Smite is unbelievable. Diminishing returns stops you from getting one shot constantly by CC, but it's still stun locks you forever and ever, and you can get CC'd for what feels like an eternity. I love these heavy CC compositions, and Radiance have a good one here. Not only is it the Agni, but I think of Khepri as a pretty heavy CC Guardian who can really cause problems for backliners and frontliners alike.
You add that into Cyclone Spin being able to potentially find a stun. It's going to be dangerous for the Knights to engage on anything. Right now, it's going to be Radiance looking for a purple buff. They're not going to be able to find that, but they're going to be looking for Neil thereafter. Hey, there's the stun from Agni right on cue. And yes, you do have that Fear No Evil. Looking for the peel, but the Powwow a little bit stronger there. Adapting, showcasing how strong it can be. No beads used at all there for Neil, and it results in his death.
I think even if Neil beads that abduct by Aurora, he's going to end up getting powwowed by adapting after the fact, and he's just dead with that many members there. I think it's pretty wise for Neil to actually hold on to those purification beads. And so far, for me, Gore, it's really been a tale of which support has been more effective.
And right now, so far, it's been Aurora who comes in once again on cue, potentially to save adapting here, and the hit's going to go, and he gets pulled all the way over to the Gold Fury pit from mid lane. It looks like Neil wants to chase the kill down. He's in the bear form, so might be able to follow up on this, especially if adapting lazy backs. But Neil maybe going too far here. It could be a turnaround onto him with Aurora in the neighborhood. Cyclone Spin sitting around as well. It feels like it is, like you said, maybe the front line and these Guardians that are choosing and dictating everything, because Aurora right now is saving his team.
I mean, Game 1, I thought Neil looked great on the RDO, was way, way more effective than Aurora was in Game number 1. And Game 2 was kind of the opposite. Aurora was really, really potent on this Khepri pick, saving lives, initiating, being in the right spots, peeling for his team. And so far, Aurora's 2-0 on the 2 kills that have happened for Radiance on the assist column.
Well, potentially caught out here. Even a rotation from Scary D just to get rid of this man. Cuvo's going to be able to pick up the kill, but it's the stuns in retaliation that come down from Big Man Tings. The stuns are going to be dropped from Cyclone Spin. He's going to find himself a double kill. Scary D, this rotation isn't looking too good anymore. A triple kill for the Hunter as he comes into this lane to save the day. Trade your support for that anytime. Even Paul might be going a little too deep here as he's forced back under the tier 1 tower. Still has his life, but he's a scary prospect knowing Cyclone Spin's in the area.
Yeah, especially the 4-0-1 Cyclone Spin. And Zap after getting absolutely manhandled in game number 2, that is the worst thing he could have ever seen, was a triple kill for Cyclone on a rotation to mid. Now you go from, he was already big in this lane, Cyclone was already ahead, to now red buff Ho Yi walking in at 4-0-1. Yeah, Zap's not pleased with how that went down, and just an overextension from PK. They dump a lot in order to kill Aurora, and they get him, but Big Man's there with a huge stun, a triple Noctis Fume stun for him, puts out all his damage perfectly, a perfect rotation in from Cyclone. Radiance couldn't have drawn that up any better. They'll trade Aurora for a... That's Aurora's favorite play in Smite. 1 death being Aurora and 3 kills being for Cyclone Spin. That's his favorite play, I'm sure.
And Aurora has this infectious laugh. I can almost hear it happening as he dies and watches Cyclone Spin get a triple kill, just because it is that moment where it's just so classic for them. I mean, like, it feels like you said, nothing they could have written better for themselves. Now being able to have that lead over Zapman, that Cyclone Spin has already won a 1v1, well, I guess technically a 2v2 against, opens up the conversation for a Gold Fury, because what's Neil going to do? He's going to come in, get abducted, and, well, it's going to go a lot like this. The suns are dropped, and the kill comes through. Cyclone Spin picks that one up. Now a Ting's adapting in the area, becomes even more dangerous to try and contest this, but Zapman's going to try to. He's going to throw down the banner. It's not going to be enough, and it's not going to be low enough, and now maybe puts himself in a bad spot. Adapting's going to go in, looking for the 1v1. Palau comes through. And while he's not going to get the pull, he gets a little bit of damage and forces Zap out of the fight.
Man, that's just such a scary prospect walking in as a frontliner up against Khepri. Normally, you want to be walking around a lot in bear stance as RDO. It lets you dash the fastest in case you get in damage in trouble. But I wonder if against Khepri, it's actually better to walk around in human form, because you can put down that cripple field, and while in bear form you can also stun to interrupt the abduct. That is a tight window you've got to worry about. As long as Neil puts out the cripple field at any point, you can't get abducted. It'll stop upon hitting your cripple field. So I wonder if that's an adjustment that we'll see Neil make as this game goes on, because beads or no, as a frontliner, you don't get to face check objectives when a Khepri's right there.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy to accomplish. And like you said, even with beads, what is it going to get you? Maybe a little bit longer of your life, especially in the few engagements we've seen. Neil hasn't been able to use those. And, that goes back to that conversation we were having earlier about, not only do you have this relic in beads that's very oriented, keep you alive maybe so that you can then make the play, but it's not even being used or utilized here. It feels like a shell or something team-oriented like you were asking for earlier really would be hitting harder here for Neil. Maybe not saving his life, maybe not turning around some of these engagements where he's picked off, but if you're not going to use it, maybe it could be something that your team could utilize.
There's definitely diminishing returns exist in SMITE in the form of CC, but there's also diminishing returns on something like beads against a composition like this for Radiance, where all of their CC kills you, and you need it for all of it, but you only get 1 use every 160 seconds out of purification beads. You just don't get that much value out of it, especially in situations like First Blood, where Neil's by purple buff, and, well, I could beads that initial route or abduct, but then I just die to the CC afterwards. Like, what's the point of the beads? I definitely want to see him go Magi's after the Thebes, or can be a situation where Magi's can be bad, because, again, it just gets overloaded, and it's so easy to pop. I think against the support with Magi's and beads, that does do enough. But Spirit Robe is usually the answer in situations like that, where you feel like Magi's actually doesn't do that much for you because you always need CC immunity. The damage mitigation proc from Spirit Robe and the crowd control reduction often can do enough to dissuade teams to all-inning you off of their crowd control.
Yeah, I can imagine he's just clicked that CCR tab and is staring at it, waiting for the gold count to get high enough at this point. Because, much like you mentioned, if you have something like a Magi's along with this beads, could maybe lull you into a false sense of security, where, you know what, I won't get hit by the abduct this time. Oh, well, now I'm stunned out by Big Man Team. Oh, well, now I'm stunned out by Cyclones. Oh, well, now I'm getting pulled by the Palau. Like, it's an endless chain from Radiance, and they keep taking in these 4-man engagements. Well, except for right now, maybe 2 is going to be enough. Zap, in a very similar situation, now without beads, is not able to do much, but I like this. Try to sneak a Pyromancer, do something to keep yourselves alive in this one, because so far team fights, well, they haven't been it.
No, not even close. I mean, you look at the mid lane kill participation, 0-0-5 for Big Man, 0s across the board for Paul.
Well, even now they're going to get pulled forward. A teleport forward from Cuvo. He's going to get chased down by Adapting. He's looking for that last hit, and the burn damage is going to be enough to overwhelm the Hun Bat's health bar this time around. He's going to go down, and once again, as weird as it is, life repeats itself. 7-1, read the kills, a lead in favor of Radiance. Tier 1 tower has gone down over there, and Adapting in position for either a gank or to steal experience. Either way, he's going to be happy. Zapman, it's unfortunate, but that triple kill kind of put him in the ground early on, even though he wasn't even a part of that one. I mean, just getting zoned away and now losing all this experience to Cyclone makes it hard to fight and defend.
No beads for Zap. Cyclone thought he was going to land the Ricochet, and I've got no problem with that. He insta-kills Zap there if that Ricochet lands, and that opens up the tier 2. So tries to make the play, doesn't land it. Who cares? No harm, no foul. Cyclone was going to back anyways. A little bit inconvenient because Oni Fury's about to spawn, so maybe there is some harm to dropping that Sunbreaker ultimate, but with the way that Radiance has played, and frankly with the way that PK has played on the opposite end, I think the last 2 games for PK, I don't know what happened. I mean, it's almost like sometimes we see teams really struggle at the beginning of sets, and we go with, they need to wake up, they need to get into their rhythm. PK looked like they were in rhythm in game number 1, and then game 2, they're making mistake after mistake after mistake, and now in game 3, I think they've continued to put themselves in bad spots, overextend. Fred TPing in off on the back end of that powwow. He did it to not get hit by the bomb damage from Big Man Tings, but has to understand that he's going to die from that positioning at the end of the day anyways if he goes in.
Well, and you want to talk about CC, one of the best forms you can have of it is just good old-fashioned body blocks, but Scary D going to get pulled into the powwow. Adapting, surprisingly not following up on that one. Benji going to rotate in, but it might be because the rest of the team, they're over there doing that Oni Fury. So yeah, you might not get these kills. Maybe you don't burn Scary D down, but you force him out and he's not able to contest that objective. And it feels like the control, much like you had said, is just in favor of Radiance Knights, maybe just off rhythm a little bit. And I mean, you got to look at it. It's 6 assists there for Big Man Tings, a part of 6 out of 7. Same thing, 6 out of 7 there for Cyclone Spin, although he's sporting 5 of the kills on his belt. It just feels like they hit their stride and nothing Knights is doing is tripping them up.
And the late game is potent, again, for Radiance. They do not draft comps that are bad late game. At least they haven't in the last few weeks, I feel like. Pittsburgh Knights' late game composition is much, much better this time around, though. They have the Yama team presence instead of something like the Osiris they had last game. I think the PK can take fights come late game, but at this pace, they won't be able to take fights at any point because they'll just be too far behind.
You know what? Now I think it's time to start maybe dissecting and digging a little deeper because it feels like in this game, the Knights, there's a lot of avenues to come forward, but when I'm looking towards draft, one of the things that's been distinctly different in my eyes for today, granted we've already, harped on the Hunbat's prioritization, but it's also the lack of Paul priority that's been coming through. I mean, Paul usually is such a huge part of these fights for the Knights, and I feel like the most we've gotten to say about him in the last, 3 games now has been, oh yeah, he's 0-0-0 here in game 3. He hasn't necessarily been this big turnaround, and their top picks, yeah, Merlin's up there, but like the Hebo, we see Hell banned out or picked for them often. I mean, what kind of changes could come from the mid lane to try and facilitate just something bigger for the Knights?
Yeah, I think I'm good on first pick Merlin right now. It just doesn't feel like it's bringing enough, does it? He took so many nerfs. He's still good, but I don't know if he's this good, and Radiance are looking this good to just go for Fire Giant, and PK likely no. I mean, they had to have. Cyclone's in right jungle. He marked Scary D. PK just feel like they can't take any fight at all, and frankly, I think they're correct. The CC capability of this team is just too good right now. Neil is working towards a Spirit Robe, but he's only on the Cloak of Concentration. That's not enough to really do it. I love the Shogun's pickup from Aurora. What's the best thing you can do when your ADC rotated mid and got a triple kill off the enemy team diving you? Facilitate, baby. Get him bigger and just build to make him better. Shogun's does that perfectly. Give him that extra attack speed anytime you're near him. I love it.
Just hit more often as much as you can, and well, hey, if you're 5-0-1 in Cyclone, you're not complaining. He gets that Rage online as well, so it's going to be looking good for him over here. As maybe some tower races, if you want to call them that, going down. The Knights are able to pick up tier 1s all across the board, but they're trading out tier 2s in the process. It does feel like a lot of control still shifting its way to Radiance, and unlike, I believe it was game 2, there was a point where they took a fight that was maybe not in their favor. Now they're going to be backing, spending that gold. Unfortunately for Paul, he's forced to use his beats. Might not even get him out of here. Adapting chases him down 3-0-3 now. Reads the slash line for the jungler here for Radiance. I mean, they're running the show. There's no doubt about that.
Man, if this 4K lead for Radiance may as well feel like 40 at this point. I mean, it just doesn't feel like Pittsburgh Knights have any interest in being anywhere near any orange jerseys at all this game. And it just feels like PK are kind of reeling right now. They're really up against the ropes because these body blows from Radiance have really, really shaken the defending champs. Another tier 2 going to go down on this right-hand side. I mean, Radiance is not letting up off the gas pedal, which is, I think, the perfect thing to be doing in a situation like this. Keep the pressure on.
And we're 18.5 minutes in. Yeah, tier 2 gets taken down and left, but this is normally, and throughout phase 1, this is like the marker. This is the timeline where if you're ahead as a team, you're able to get the Fire Giant now. The fact that they've already had it for 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes here, has been big for Radiance being able to pick it up so early. Cubo, Benji's just keeping him from backing, so he's not even in this fight right now. Forces the Fear No Evil as well. I mean, it is a master puppeteering performance from Radiance here, making the Knights play the game Radiance want, pulling the right strings, making everything fall into place. I mean, even now Cubo's forced to back behind the right tier 2. It's going to cost him a tower, maybe even Neil's life in the process as they have to fall back under the Phoenix once again.
Aurora tanks up the tier 2, lets Adapting die freely. It opens it up with ease here for Radiance. I don't know about a Phoenix push right here, especially in the 4-on-4. Zapman, Benji's really just been tasked for taking different members of PK for a walk. Gormizer, I think you'll appreciate this reference. Back in the Black Ops 2 zombie days, when you got to leave the last zombie and take them for a walk, that's what Benji's been doing.
Throw the nade, make sure his legs are gone.
Yep, exactly. That's been Benji's job, taking different members of PK for a walk while the rest of Radiance go and pack-a-punch their items.
Unfortunately for Knights, well, not only does that one result in the kill onto Zapman, but I mean, he burned 2 ults on his own as well. Yeah, you're going to start this Gold Fury up, but I see Cyclone in the area, and well, it's not going to be able to secure it. Maybe that is the call to disengage here for Radiance, although maybe Aurora getting the memo a little bit late. Finds a good route. As you get one pullback, I think, is the Knights. And those are those little avenues I was trying to talk about at the end of Game 2, right? The little off-ramps you can find that are going to get you back on the path to the destination that is a win here. But unfortunately for the Knights, it feels like their GPS just isn't loading on this car trip right now. I mean, they are having issues left and right. And I don't know, is one Gold Fury enough to start leveling this out? It's still about a 6K difference between the two teams. It just feels like Radiance are smacking them down any chance they get.
I actually think PK did a great job on that Fire Giant in spreading out the map and really just evening the playing field as much as they can. If you're paying attention to the power play graphic on the top left during that Fire Giant, they only lost about 1,000 gold more than Radiance gained. They were only down about 1,000 gold during that Fire Giant time, and about the same in experience. That's impressive to stay that close.
All right, now it's going to be Benji. Sentinel Zeus comes through to try and lock down Neil, and Zap ults his way out. But Neil, oh, he's not going to be able to have that powwow coming through from Adapting. Going to use it to chase down Neil. That should be a kill. Fire Giant spawns in about 7 seconds here. It's going to drop from the sky. I think that's what Radiance wanted. One clean pick, much like they had on the Scary D earlier. Now this FG pit as a whole is a lot more open for them to come in and take the buff.
I think that's a problem, though, for PK, and I think a lot of teams suffer from this. When you spent the last 5 minutes, the last entire Fire Giant was spent completely split up, and really just every person fending for themselves. The group up afterwards gets a little bit sloppy at times, and I think PK were in a position where they could have feasibly defended that Fire Giant. It would have been hard. They're still down a lot of XP. I mean, and Paul down 2 levels, that's scary. But I think it was possible, but Neil getting picked makes it impossible for PK to walk in.
Well, now it's going to be the Phoenix, and already at half health, thanks to Cyclone's been here. He's looking for a little bit, and you can hear the stuns and the damage coming down from Big Man, and that's where a lot of this fight and engagement is really won. I mean, we were talking about the CC chain earlier. It's no different now, except maybe for some CCR on the side of the Knights to keep them alive a little bit longer, help them escape maybe a little bit faster. Once again, it's this awkward Phoenix dance where Radiance don't quite feel confident enough to jump in.
And they've got to worry about this Merlin still for Paul, despite the fact that Paul's only level 18. He's hit his major power spike, which is that Soul Reaver.
Well, it's going to be Benji once again, Sentinel Zeus finding the slow. Powwow finding the lockdown, going to try to pull people in. Not going to be able to find it, but it doesn't matter because they still find the first kill. With no Neil, that's one less tank to worry about. And, well, hey, the Phoenix goes down because of it. And that's all they needed. The Frenzy popped, Shell popped. hey, they got what they came for. Now they can start looking to aggress into this as a 4v5 from the Knights. They burned a lot of ults, but Zapman still has his. Realistically, he's been using it more as a disengage. Like you said, Paul maybe still that big threat, maybe even enough to ward them away here.
It's really the lack of minions that are warding Radiance away more than anything else, because PK has done a good job of keeping those waves pushed. Mid minion wave was dead center of the map. Left side minion wave is really on Radiance's Phoenix, so no chance for them to backdoor Neil's short respawn timer. It's a benefit of being this far behind. It means that he'll be up soon enough. I think it's the right call there from Radiance to back it up and wait for these minion waves to push with you as you've gone back to base, bought your items, and start to move up.
It's that awkward silver lining, right? When you've died and you're 0-5, you're level 13, well, now level 14 as he ticks up one, is, hey, you're not really worth that much, except for the fact that getting you off the board maybe opens the avenue for Radiance to then get a Fire Giant or Fury or whatever have you. It is, you know, that low cooldown, like you said, a silver lining for Neil to be around maybe perpetually more often than Radiance really would like him to. Unfortunately, it hasn't really translated into anything big just yet. Whereas Aurora, much like last game, coming into this one, it has just been such a huge impact. Benji now starting to make a huge stamp on the game as well. It's just very difficult to fight against this tank duo that Radiance have picked up.
It's been very difficult for PK and Radiance feeling the time crunch on this FG. Don't even push up this left wave. They're going right for mid.
Well, Benji has Sentinel of Zeus, which has been the way they've started off this fight. Most times, right now, it's just crits and damage that are having it onto Neil Ma. It's going to be the Phoenix either way. They don't have to worry about the fight. Get the objective they came for anyway, and it looks like they'll be able to disengage no problem. No CC follow-up. And they're going to walk away with 2 lanes of fire minions coming through as that Fire Giant has about 30 seconds left. And, I mean, you said the crunch was starting to be felt there in mid. I feel like it's starting to get felt over here in left. Benji is going to go in. Cyclone Spin looking to be the main damage for this. It looks like they're going for this third Phoenix aggro, and well, the Knights are going to go in, try to deal with it. The stun comes out, but it's not going to be enough. Benji does trade out his life in the process, but the crits still flying pretty hard here for Cyclone Spin. They're not going to be able to find anything in retaliation just yet. It's going to be the Fear No Evil, and maybe a little bit too early on the Scarab's Blessing from Aurora. They're still going to find the Phoenix. It cost them their solo laner. If they can disengage fast enough, they might be able to save Aurora, but it's a dangerous game. It's a beautiful ricochet from Cyclone Spin. If that doesn't scream, stop chasing us, I don't know what will. Big Man Team's looking to try and slow him down as well. The Knights are not getting the message that Radiance are trying to send them. Unfortunately, it feels like they're going to get, well, just too far, too fast.
And those right side fire minions going to prove to be problematic as well. Primal Fury on the way out here for Radiance means this next Fire Giant will go down very, very easily, as if it wasn't going to already. I mean, they're basically full build across the board here for Radiance just 26 minutes in. That's crazy. I mean, Cyclone already has a power pot at this point. I mean, you see that Mage's Blessing still there for Big Man, but he might be able to sell that off and get something with little under 2K. Might just be best for him to buy a power pot himself. It's just impossible for Pittsburgh Knights to look at this game and think anything but what are we picking in Game 4, because I think that's where we're at.
Well, hey, Fire Giant, Pyromancer back and available, and look who's on it already. Cyclone Spin in the area immediately. And Radiance are going to be able to start this up. Fear No Evil's up for Cuvo, but much like we've seen in the past, it seems like trying to stop these fire waves is the most important thing for the Knights. And admittedly, they're not wrong in that engagement. Right, Phoenix is respawned, but I don't know, Aggro. It's starting to feel like things are just closing in on the Knights. The windows of opportunity not there so much anymore. Maybe one good fight separates them and another loss.
Yeah, it doesn't look good right now for PK, but Radiance had the most improbable comeback of the whole year not too long ago. They know it's not over yet.
We'll have to see if they're able to do it on the side of the Knights. This might be a good way to start it. Sentinel of Zeus used deep there for Benji, but it's going to be adapting again onto the backline, onto Zapman, gets rid of him fast, and now Neil, unfortunately for him, is going to get burned down in the process. Pulled back by the powwow, and the duo lane for the Knights is out of there. Scary D follows up there shortly. Well, Paul, Cuvo, you've been able to do a lot, but there's no ults available. The damage is not going to matter. Radiance take game number 3 and put themselves one win away from being able to move on.
Gore, I don't remember exactly how many kills PK had in game number 2, but I don't think it was a whole lot. They got 2 there in game number 3. Radiance has hit the Jets, man. They've flipped the switch, and they look great so far. And really, it's been Cyclone Spin for me and Adapting. Those two, Adapting, I think, has played really, really well all year for Radiance. Now Cyclone's right there with him. And having that duo be really, really tough to beat is the recipe for success for Radiance.
It's been looking really good for them, to say the least. I mean, collectively, maybe 4 kills, I think, for the Knights across these last 2 games, so maybe not the best place to be in. We'll have to see what they change in game number 4, but for now, let's go back up to Dave and the desk to analyze game number 3.
Thank you, Gore. Thank you, Aggro. Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, I got into the box back there and I guess forgot I had to do a death segment after the last game. Really excited about what's in there, and I think Radiance fans are probably excited about how the last couple of games have gone here, Mifflin. And this is a Radiance team that's starting to play like they were at the beginning of Phase 1. Cohesive, together. And talk about a breath of fresh air after we talked about maybe some struggles of this long lane. Big game from Cyclone Spin.
I mean, he said it himself. He felt like he was in a rut. This is the best time that he could have thought of to pull himself out of it. 7 minutes in, PK dedicate 3 members to diving a roar in a tier 1 mid tower. What does Cyclone do? He says, well, I'll just show up and get a triple kill at 7 minutes. Yeah, he pulled ahead about 2 levels from there. Got a full stacked rage by the time, or not full stack, but a full bot rage by the time Zapman finished up his boots. And it was over. I mean, he couldn't fight in. Zap had to just wait it out in that lane. He was a non-factor. Neil getting on this RDO with no CC immunity in the ultimate. He gets completely removed from the game as well, dropping that 0-6 slash line. There was no real way for PK to fight into it because Radiance had such a demanding lead so early on. 16-minute Fire Giant into a 22-minute Fire Giant into like a 28-minute win. Well, I mean, where's PK allowed to play? They weren't.
Yeah, and especially against a team, Radiance against a team in the Knights that are so heavily touted in their late-game strategy. So snowballing really that triple kill into that 60-minute FG. We kind of pointed out, yeah, he goes back, buys Rage with his new money, and then Cyclone Spin rolls on over with his squad over to the Fire Giant. Adapting, also a great game here, Mifflin, in game number 2. I don't even know if you call him an unsung hero, but I think Big Man Tings, didn't have the whole suite of kills, most of those going over to his Hunter and his Jungler, as you'll see on the screen here. But I think the Agni looked good in the hands of BMT here in Game 3.
He was playing the engagements incredibly well. He was facilitating his team. He was almost using his stun just to peel out anytime PK decided that they might want to get aggressive. And it just works. No one on the PK side was able to dive him deep because they were playing damage control the entire time because of that huge lead that Radiance established so early on. And BMT just keeps his squad moving up, keeps the damage rolling out. I mean, watch all these clips. Sure, we're looking at Adapting right now, but who's there with them? It's BMT.
Yeah, Big Man is pouring out big damage there in the back. Great reactions from Adapting on so many of these clips here. This is kind of a conversation we've sort of had behind the scenes. I feel like Adapting, through the ups and downs, has still been a big force for Radiance throughout the entire phase, whether it's the Radiance that's on their big win streak, Radiance that's hitting a few speed bumps, but what we're seeing here today is, come playoff time at least game 1 in playoffs, Adapting is going to be big for his team. So that's something, Mifflin, I think the Knights have to look at. Looking forward to game 4 now, is Adapting's got this Daji a couple of games in a row and has looked good 2 out of 2.
Look, if Neil is going to keep picking these incredibly unsafe non-CC immune Guardians, you can't let Adapting keep getting this Daji. He's either forcing your beads or he's taking your life. Neil, if you want to keep picking these gods, at least try and address the issue, which is Adapting. And you're right, he's got it every single game, and he's gotten huge value out of just about every powwow. This guy's looking real nice. I won't agree with Aggro in saying that Adapting was the most consistent player on this Radiance roster. I'm going to give that medal to BMT. But Adapting in the last couple days, the last couple sets that he's played, he's bringing the top end every single time.
It's scary if you're a team that's going to be playing against Radiance. Well, the Knights have to hope that they can knock them out, but Radiance now on set point here in round 1 of the Phase 1 playoffs. Before we move into picks and bans, though, for Game 4, let's see how you guys are watching the Phase 1 playoffs. This is TD Roosevelt 3 on Twitter. First of all, happy birthday. Second of all, looks super comfy there on that couch. Mifflin, you know how that dog is spoiled? There's a dog bed on the already comfy-looking couch. So I think TD Roosevelt and his family there are doing something right watching the SPL in style. Absolutely a comfortable way. Remember to tweet us at SMITEPro, hashtag SPL, and maybe your tweet will be shown on stream as well. Mifflin, though, picks and bans for Game 4 now. This is set point for Radiance. The Knights have thrown some darts at the board here. Artio, if we want to kind of continue this thread of Neil heavily banned out in Game 1, Knights were able to win that one. Now 2 straight here for Radiance. Do you want the Knights to move away maybe from the Artio here in Game number 4?
Look, the Artio hasn't worked yet. I think that he's got plenty of options outside of it. He could try and go back to this Bacchus. If you're going to die, at least drop that big AoE ultimate, drunk out everybody there. But even better yet, Jing Shen's got some of that CC immunity in his ult. He can play as aggressive as Neil's been trying to do. He could do everything that this Artio is doing just about, and he's going to be a lot safer. I think there are definitely avenues that PK can explore outside of this Artio, especially considering the performance in that last game. But he hasn't been the sole reason PK is losing. I don't want to put it all on Neil.
No, I agree.
There are a couple questionable plays across the board. Paul kind of meanders through the jungle last game, gets picked out once or twice. The same could be said of Zap. I mean, no team is made up by one player, but you definitely can address that chink in the armor.
Agreed. Something that the Knights have to look at here moving in to game number 4. What they are looking at right now is adapting, and the last couple of games that adapting has had here in this set. Daji has been big in 2 out of 2 Radiance wins here. Thor taken away, as always, from adapting, and then a Hunbat. So all 3 of the chips placed on the table, they got adapting's face on them. Do you like the strategy that the Knights have gone with?
I think it's going to work out. I mean, adapting, good luck, bud. You got to dig deep into that God pool. Interesting to point out that we haven't seen a Hercules ban a single time this set, and Aurora has just been bypassing it every single time. Maybe he's moved away from that aggressive play style. I love Heimdall. There's a strong pickup. He's got safety. He's got kill potential. He's not going to get bullied out like he did in the last game. And if he does, at least he can ride that Bifrost to safety. He won't have to die. He can get that TKO instead. Heimdall is just so versatile. I imagine there's no better first pick there for PK.
Yeah, and after maybe some rejuvenation there from Cyclone Spin in Game 2, got to make sure Zapman gets the high priority carry here for game number 4. Yamoja let through as well here. I think Aurora and the types of supports he's been playing has been a big conversation piece over the last few weeks. Hercules, of course, comes to mind. You mentioned unbanned here, but they're going to forego the Hercules in exchange for the Yamoja. Still aggressive potential there with the Yamoja in that support role. Do you think Aurora and Yamoja are a good fit?
Oh, absolutely. I think Yamoja might have the best level 1 fight inside the lane out of any support. You can walk up, find the stun, continue spamming out that damage, clear the wave at the same time. Yamoja's almost always going to get aggressive on that first wave meetup, and Aurora plays aggressive gods about as good as anyone could hope or want from anybody in the league. So I think it's a perfect fit. He's going to bring sustain. He's going to be able to bring control to these team fights with the Riptide and all the walls he can toss up. The healing's going to come through, the shielding. Yamoja's just a strong pick in general. Matched up with that Rom, you're going to have the lane control as well. You have the clear. You have the fight potential. You have the sustain. It's a strong duo from Radiance.
Well, and the Knights are going to give Neil the Khepri here, so the old run back there for him wasn't the greatest look in previous games. We'll hope that if you're a Knights fan, that he's able to bounce back here for game number 4. Now, Merlin will be taken off the table, so it'll be a different look in the mid lane this time around. Origen as well. So you get the sense that both of these teams realizing that while the standout stars of the set up to this point haven't necessarily been the mid laners, there's been enough damage added to those fights to kind of keep things turned around in your favor. Merlin and Morrigan taken away by Radiance here. Origen banned out by the Knights as well, and a Discordia to follow up. So we're going to get a different look at the mid lane here, Mifflin.
Look, when all these mid lane mages are banned out, you'll never catch me voting against Paul. This guy has got a deep god pool. Agni getting hovered by Radiance makes sense to me. You saw it worked out very well. PK, the mid laner that I imagine they might go towards, just looking at their draft, Aphrodite fits in incredibly well. You can link up with a Nike, you can link up with a Kepri, and have them dive in. That back off would get huge value. And I think it's going to be a fantastic counter pick into this Amaterasu. I'd be very surprised to not see the Afro picked up here.
Yeah, we have Aphrodite, kind of that healer meta for a while there was the topic of conversation. Scylla would certainly be an interesting pick here. We've, I think, talked ad nauseum about where Scylla is. Either she's landing or she's not, so a bit of a flip of the coin there maybe for the Knights, and they're going to take that game of chance here, Mifflin. It's not the Aphrodite, it's the Scylla instead for Paul. Do you think, maybe it is a flip of the coin, or do you think the odds potentially with what you've built around this Scylla give her a fighting chance?
You have the setup that you need to find the I My Monster reliably. Abduct's going to be fantastic for that, as is Lord of the Afterlife, as is Heimdall's ult. They have plenty of ways to set up for this Scylla, but it's almost a Hail Mary pick. If she gets blown out in the early, she won't be able to recover. Her early game is already weak, and if with the jungler that they have, Nike will make up for that a bit as a bridge pick. But overall, I really would have preferred to see the Aphrodite come out here. I like Scylla a lot, and we've seen what it can do in the SOC and the SCC. It sees so much success. The damage output's insane. If she connects a Sikkim on just about any of the squishies on Radiance in the late game, Crush is going to be just enough to finish him off as well. But it is very risky to pick this god.
Well, Mifflin, we're moving into a game 4. Quick thoughts. Do you think Radiance have the draft that gets it done and gets them the 3-1?
You know what? I think Radiance has a really strong draft here, but I might even, despite having that Scylla, give the slight edge to PK.
Well, could we see our first Game 5 of the year, or Radiance going to move on to the semifinals? We'll go down to Game 4 in your casters.
Well, I think good wording there from Mifflin, maybe despite the Scylla, and I'll crack that eggshell in just a second, but I would like to remind you, if you're watching this, there's going to be a poll over there in chat. You can go ahead and vote on who you think can take this one, Radiance or Knights. I think last game, it finally switched over aggro in favor of Radiance, and it kind of makes sense, but this time around, things are a little different. Paul has shifted what he's playing onto the Scylla, and we know Mifflin's feelings about the Scylla, especially over the Aphrodite, but how are you feeling about her fitting into this draft?
I think she fits in the draft pretty well. I think there's good enough setup here for the Scylla. With Kepri, I think is phenomenal setup. Nike is okay. At this level, that should be enough for you. But I don't know if I've ever... I played against Paul back in the day. I don't know if I've ever seen him play Scylla. Ever. And I'm not saying that they haven't worked on it. I'm sure they have. But I'm just surprised to see it.
Oof, I'm surprised to see this early on. I mean, I know adapting... You switch it up, you're not on the Daji this time around. I didn't expect the early gank from the Raven there, and that's going to be a first blood very early over here. But I was thinking the exact same thing when I saw this Scylla locked in. Was I looked over, because I'm like, I have a lot of picks that are listed for PK where I expected them to go. Afro was mentioned, but I'm still thinking like Hebo, some of these other mages that I would offer up. Scylla is not the first one to come to my mind, and now that Adapting has that, maybe first blood lead, but has showcased he's willing to fight, I think she's going to be in a little bit of trouble.
Maybe. I think the main reason we see the Scylla here for Paul is that they wanted something that can get up and over Yamoja walls, or in Scylla's case, under. Oh, down and under. Yeah, that's the one. Down and under Yamoja walls. Because this is a pick that if you're PK, you had to know that Aurora is going to prioritize. Aurora and Neil have both really, really liked this Emoja so far this year. And so if you're PK, you're coming into this, you're going over what you think the enemy might pick. You've got to have picks in your pocket. Feels like Scylla might be one.
Well, it feels like the goal this game for Radiance is stop Scary D from existing, and so far they've been pretty successful in doing so. I mean, that's 2 ganks, 2 kills picked up for Radiance over there. One onto Adapting, one now onto Benji. That's going to come through. And it hadn't opened the door. I mean, that blue buff is just about to respawn. They're not aggressing into it looking for a blue buff steal. They are just shutting him down, getting Benji comfortable, and then walking away.
It's not been difficult work for Adapting on that side of the map, and I think that when you talk about PK's success so far this year, so much of it has been centered around Scary looking really strong and Neil looking really strong. And in game 1, Scary looked dominant on that King Arthur. Ban it. Take it out of his hands ever since. Now, Neil has struggled a little bit. It's been consistent to try and make sure that Neil can't get his priority picks. Let's just try and set Scary behind now that Neil is on one of his priority picks on this Khepri. Doesn't end up being the end of the world for Scary because he doesn't miss a buff, but certainly not a great start to have your solo laner down 0-2.
And showcasing maybe the glory of solo lane. He's got enough farm that he's kind of keeping up here, but Benji does hit that precious level 5 mark just a smidge earlier overall. Maybe not going to make the biggest difference in terms of early rotations. Still sitting over there in the lane, but still something to keep in count. Because I think one of the things that we got to highlight, maybe it was last game, maybe it was game number 2, was how big some of the leads were for Radiance in a lot of those engagements, where there was a point Benji rotated over and had like 2.5 levels on top of Scary D, and that's what those lead to, right? That small lead just grows as they, water it and nurture it here for Radiance. And so far, that's been what they've been doing. Every single game is just that small amount of control, turning it into something big, maybe even using a River's Rebuke to try and lock them down. At least over here in Duo, that's what they're going to try to do. And if you want to shut down Neil, well, you find a kill. You need to hit that auto, but it's not going to connect from Cyclone. Goes up into the ult, and, well, first shot's going to be able to do it. Second shot, third shot, maybe could have cleaned up Zap, but they're still going to walk away happy with the 1 kill.
That's an easy kill with that River's Rebuke. And Aurora, despite being inconsistent so far this year, I think has looked consistently very good on this Yemoja. And that is a pick that I think it's pretty clear that he's put a lot of work into improving. And I think he's really come out as one of the better Yemoja players in the entire SPL. I'm always impressed with him lately on this selection. So we'll see if that can continue. But off to a pretty good start there, huh? Got the beads and the shell out of PK's duo lane, and they still ended up getting a kill.
I mean, hey, they're going to be happy walking away. Now 3-0. We haven't seen the Knights pick up a lot of kills in the last couple of games, so anything I think they could find in retaliation is going to be a big pickup. But now that Neil's on something like the Khepri, we start to expect it, at least I start to expect it to be maybe bigger, but now it's Zapman who's caught out, forced to run away here, but it might not be enough. Scarab's Blessing is going to come out and, well, it's going to save his life, but that just shows how aggressive Radiance are willing to get. They will dive your tier 2 if you don't have an ult like that available to you. They get the purple buff and they get out. And this just, it feels like game 2, game 3, and now game 4 are on almost a loop with how aggressive and controlling Radiance are.
And it's something that during those interviews that you saw a large portion of in the pregame, talking about that, team strengths, is Neil tries to hold the wave for Zap, and all he does is hold XP for gold and gold for Cyclone as he gets that kill. Aurora does manage to get Zap as well. That's good. I mean, Cubo comes over and gets a kill, but it's still another 2 for 1. This duo lane is really struggling. And that's what I was just about to go into, is that a lot of people said that they felt like PK struggled when they fell behind. And it's really panned out that way, hasn't it? The last 3 games they've struggled when behind.
And honestly, Cyclone's been, he has just been so aggressive. Compared to the first game, one of the things we were talking about the last time he was playing ROM, it feels like so long ago, because at this point it's almost 3 hours ago that they started this up. It was, a little slower pace. It didn't feel like it was hitting the way that they wanted it to. And we were talking about the way he would use his ult and things like that. Now it feels like the essential ROM. It feels like he's hit that zone. And yeah, sure, he dies in that last engagement, but the way that him and Aurora are playing these last couple of games, Neil and Zap have not been able to have a mark on any of these matches. And unfortunately for them, that means that there's not maybe as much to do if you're Cuvo. Now even on the Nike, I'm wondering how that's going to keep going for him, because it's a lot of this. Hey, you almost get stunned out. If Neil does there, it's maybe another kill for Radiance.
Just a lot of pressure over here. And the big problem with this ROM pick in game number 1 was that it was in combination with a Terra, where you just don't have a lot of pressure over there. Your wave clear isn't very good, and you just end up on your tower line a lot. Now you've got the Yemoja, which is instant pressure. You don't even have to add water because she does it herself. And you don't have to worry about getting pressed under tower anymore because you've got this Yemoja who can do it for you and you can use all of your arrows aggressively. You can use your ultimate aggressively. All of that is much easier with the Emoja instead of the Terra.
Yeah, it's transitioned from that discussion we were having earlier on that was, yeah, I expect to see Cyclone Spin potentially open up these fights with his ult, but we might end up seeing a little bit later for team fights. But right now, it really has been the kill secure coming down for him, whether it's onto Zap, onto Neil, whoever happens to be in his scopes at the time. The snipes are still coming through, and it's afforded them a lot of room. And once again, it gives Adapting a lane to lean on, something comfortable over there. He can focus out mid with Big Man. Hasn't necessarily needed to go back over there to the solo lane after those couple of early ganks. And as such, it's just made it a little bit easier coasting on this Raven, I should say, into the mid game, which is something that you really want on that assassin.
It really is, especially on Raven, who can push leads really well, good base damage on a lot of his abilities. His passive means that he just auto-attacks better than you in the early to mid game because he's getting a shield while he does it. It's just very, very easy to get ahead and then push that lead on a character like Raven. But I think PK does deserve some credit. I mean, despite both their side lanes really falling behind quickly, they haven't been completely blown out of the water quite yet. They're in a bad spot. They're down almost 3K at 9 minutes. That's bad for sure, but it's not over.
Whew. Well, not as bad as this. Scarab's Blessing used for Neil, but he's going to go up, down, right in the same spot. Aurora, credit for the kill, but Adapting Cyclone Spin do a lot of the damage to set that up. Hey, that's a red buff as well. Purple buff is about to respawn. They might be able to turn their eyes over there, but maybe it's the Gold Fury instead. Something bigger than a regular jungle buff here for Radiance. And man, if they get one more, life is going to repeat itself for a third time where the kills could read 7-1. They have just been this dominant so far for Radiance. I think, unfortunately for the Knights, last game didn't really get past that one mark. And they're hoping to do so this game. I mean, with something like a Heimdall, with a Scylla, you really have to start racking up some kills later.
Your late game's going to be good here for PK for sure. I mean, you've got this great late game mage in Scylla, but we're a ways off from that. And again, Radiance has drafted, stop me if you've heard this one before, a good team fighting composition. This is what they love to draft. They really do. I think that their team fight is slightly worse with something like the Raven as compared to the Dodgy, but it's still good enough. It's still solid. You still have a massive advantage in Warriors coming out of the solo lane come late game with the Ama versus the Osiris, especially with the tank boots that Scary D has gone into because he was so far behind. I think Radiance is in a great spot to get 3 in a row here at this rate, man. I mean, PK have got to put their feet in the sand and really hold on tight for a little bit because they've got to find a window where Radiance will let them be the aggressors.
You know, this comparison might be a little off from me, but it almost feels very similar to, Sanguine when they get in control. I mean, their team fight is just so good. It's kind of what Radiance have been bringing today. Maybe not quite at the same level. Sanguine just do it so insanely well, but to the point where the Knights, I mean, they can't answer back. A lot of these fights have been 2v2s, 3v2s, small advantages maybe for one side, but nothing outrageous, as right now it's going to be Zap caught out, and going to use the Bifrost well there to be able to get away, but that's the amount of aggression it is. It's never, or not always going to be this kill, right? It's those little wins of, I forced you to use your dash ability, now you don't have it, what are you going to do next time?
And it's Purification beads at the same time, and it's Aurora just making impact on this Yemoja again. 2-0 and 2 for him. He's been impressive. And Zapman forced off his buff. Once again, another invade there for Radiance, and now a ton of space bot. This is going to be a free Gold Fury.
Yeah, Neil backing right now. Cuvo's at the red buff. Maybe able to steal that away, but not going to be able to touch this Gold Fury. So he's at least stripping something out of the jungle from them, but maybe warning the rest of Radiance that he's there. If they can sniff him out fast enough, they might be able to stop that back. No, it's going to be just in time there before Adapting turns the corner. So, small wins, I guess, is the argument I can make there for the Knights, but you lose the Gold Fury in the process, and it just feels like Radiance, they figured it, like, game 1 went wrong for them, and then since then, they have not let the Knights have an inch to be able to wiggle.
And remember, even in game 1, when Radiance was not looking particularly good, they were getting a lot of kills. They were still out-fragging PK in the early game. And that trend has continued all set long. It's just been that Radiance has been able to really convert off these kills much better. They've been more objective oriented in these fights since then, and that's what really ends up mattering here, and it has been the big difference maker, is that they've been able to transition those kills into tangible leads instead of just getting picks here and there that don't really translate to anything.
All right, now they're still sitting, well, maybe, depending on how fast they can do it and what we've seen out of the last few games, 12, 13, 14 minutes away from potentially pushing their way into the semifinals. Knocking the Knights down, only get 10 points out of this. It's something else that we haven't gotten to talk about too much this set, but maybe now that Radiance is one game away from victory, something to highlight. The points that matter all year round is something they are fighting for as well. Knights needing to kind of turn it around. 10 points, maybe not the worst case scenario compared to 7th and 8th getting 0, but being able to get to that minimum fourth place cutoff in the semis, it's going to help you out a lot in Phase 2. And I like it when the Knights make calls like that to help keep themselves alive. You get a Pyromancer, it doesn't cut this gold lead dramatically down, but you're still getting objectives somewhere on the map to fight some control back.
Yeah, these SPL points that you get on placing, depending on where you place, all the information's on SMITEProLeague.com that you can go and look at,
Yeah.
but if you can get the most points in the SPL, most SPL points, then you end up getting a seed at Worlds automatically. You go straight to Worlds right away, and that is huge. So it's really, really important to not only have made this playoff tournament, but now to convert and make it into the later rounds, because the difference between 7th and 8th getting 0 points and you getting 10 points, it's just not going to be enough, right? I mean, first place gets 90, second place gets 70. Feasibly, with 0 or 10 points, you have to hope that the first and second place teams don't make any points at all in the second phase playoffs, which they're going to be good enough to be winning first, or you're getting second place or winning. That's obviously not a great bet to be making. So you really, realistically, have to make it into at least semifinals if you want to hope of having the most points.
And it's something you have to be worried about because, first and second, this time around, first place got to choose their opponent, right? That's, one of the other things that they got to fight for. Sanguine chooses who they'll be facing there in the semis. As when you're going first place overall for the next time around after Phase 2, that will be instant into Worlds, like you had said, as well as for the point holder. And right now it's Radiance in control. This Tier 1 tower maybe under a little bit of pressure. Paul has been poked out a little bit. The Crush not going to be able to connect. And I like the clap back from the Knights, but it's not enough. No one's finding any kills here. But it's still Radiance, it feels like, driving the engagement, driving the fight, and maybe catching Scary D out here. The perfect time, forcing him to fall back uncomfortably.
And Cyclone is just handling Zap on this left-hand side. He got a red buff invade there at the exact same time. So Cyclone is kind of being allowed to play his game, keep Zap isolated, keep him on the island. Radiance is really grouping up to allow Cyclone to take those 1v1s really effectively.
And we've seen, not Zapman, Adapting, is who I was hoping to talk about, slowed down a little bit here as time has gone on. I mean, he really heavily impacted solo lane, got Benji, again, just comfortable, I think is the word I would use. And I had mentioned watch the levels, watch what happens. Well, now it's 1.5. It just ticked to 16 there for Scary D. So Benji's got a comfortable lead over there in the solo lane. And that's just the best way, I think, to describe these last two games. Comfortable leads for Radiance. I mean, they haven't had anything to really stress about, to worry about. This is maybe the best gank I've seen on the Cyclone Spin since then. It's going to be Cuvo trying to lock him down, but the beads are going to be able to get him away even from the Sentinel of Zeusla.
And look at the lack of ward vision from PK on this left-hand side. That's what really stops that aggression from Cuvo and Zap pretty quickly. Getting the beads out from Cyclone is good. It's really, really solid to make sure that any sort of Kepri CC into damage from Paul is going to be super relevant. Means that Through the Realms ultimate from Zapman actually has a chance of sending Cyclone out of play. That's big, but with the way that Cyclone is positioned, I don't know that anyone's getting close enough.
And that's going to be Paul getting aggressive here. I'm a monster channel, and he's going to be able to throw it down here for some big damage onto Benji. It's not going to be enough to get the kill. The stun from Big Man Tings for the peel saves their life. Snipes come down from Cyclone Spin. Benji is going to be able to get out of there now. Looks like Radiance maybe still wanting to fight. Scary G caught out and about half health. And use the Lord of the Afterlife to get under that Tier 1 tower. Paul low in the jungle. It is still the Knights on retreat. Tier 1 and mid's going to go down. That's the first tower taken down here by Radiance. But it opens up the objectives afterward. The thing that they weren't necessarily picking up as easily in Game 1, come easily in Game 2, 3, now maybe even Game 4.
That's huge, though, for Pittsburgh Knights. Not only do they get some good pressure in mid, nearly killing Benji, but I think they stole away that Oni Fury. Oni minions are going down their side of the map. That is massive to have stolen that away from Radiance, because otherwise that would have been a lot of map pressure afforded to the Orange.
Well, now Scary D, again, the pressure is on. Whether it's the wave or the god, you're going to be happy. You can walk through walls, by the way. Not often you get to see that passive in work, but it does apply here for Aurora, so not able to lock him down as cleanly, I think, as they thought. And so he's going to be able to walk out of there. Unfortunately, it does still cost Neil his life. I think showcasing why this Osiris can still be solid, even if it's maybe not taking control of the game.
Yeah, Scary knew that he was good. Neil, unfortunately for him, backpedaling, trying to make sure that he times the Scarab's Blessing for Scary D. And Scary waltzes right by him, you know, gives him the old wave and says goodnight, because Neil gets caught looking the wrong direction and gets caught out by Aurora's beautiful River's Rebuke.
He just, see ya! And Scary D walks on right by. He's perfectly fine, perfectly happy with that. And now it's maybe actually going to end up helping the Knights. Again, Neil, he's 0-4, he's level 11, maybe easy to pick on, but he has fast respawn timer, so he's already back in the fight. Scary D looking to try and control this. Crush not going to be enough to secure the Pyromancers that gets leashed off here. Low health bars around, low mana for Cuvo Fred, and that shield comes through, but it's not going to be enough, or maybe it is, to zone off Radiance and stop them from chasing him down. Instead, I'll tack a fifth one there onto Neil. He goes down as Adapting chases him around. That man potentially looking for a fight back. But it's just control from Radiance right now. No big objectives. I mean, Fire Giant available, Pyromancer available, but they don't seem too worried about them. They're just going to spend the gold they have, and be prepared for the next fight.
Been a bit of a rough set for Neil Ma, hasn't it, Gore? I mean, he's 0-5 again. That's never a phrase you want to hear, 0-5 again, but I believe we've seen that scoreline from him so far today. I think it's been a very conscious effort by Radiance to put Neil in an awkward position in these picks and bans. I think this has been the first game where Neil really gets a priority pick. He's bottom 2'd his god every game before this.
Yeah. And unfortunately, it hasn't been making a huge difference. River's Rebuke, though, going to come through. Fire Giant half health, but it's going to get leashed. Scary D going to get stunned out, looking to walk away here. Neil in a position of trying Scarab's Blessing him. That's going to be the Lord of the Afterlife, just to jump away from Benji with that dazzling offensive. So they're going to get the good zone on the side of Radiance. They're looking to continue chasing down some kills, but they're forcing all of the leaps the Knights have. Every jump in the arsenal is looking to get used here just for the disengage. Now, once again, it's that Fire Giant started up. Neil is just kind of sitting in the area. Paul around as well, and that I'm a Monster can be pesky, and that's why they're just going to jump in all onto this Scylla. Going to be able to force it. Scarab's Blessing used, but it's not going to be able to do much. Movement speed helps them get out of there, and it's actually Adapting in the backline that gets taken down. They lose Benji as well on the side of Radiance. Zapman with a big rotation coming through, making sure to slow this down, and giving the Knights more of a fighting chance than I felt they've had in 2 games.
Man, Aurora just could not get close enough to shell anybody there. That shell would have been huge, but it feels like one of the better fights we've seen from PK in the last few hours, because they have really struggled to find a good one. Good Scarab's Blessing that time from Neil. Paul baits himself perfectly there, knows that he's got Neil's backup ready to go, and trusts his support to put that Scarab's Blessing on him. And Zap stays far enough away from the fight to know that he's got an isolated 1v1 up against Benji, and even though Zap's a little bit far behind in itemization, down a full item right now to Benji. I'm not sure that Benji had Kadushia's shield during that engagement, but it just goes to show how difficult it is for these frontliners to dive Heimdall effectively, because Heimdall just has so many good defensive tools.
I mean, that was maybe one of the biggest things coming into this. Like, the switch-up that maybe threw everyone for the loop was the Scylla, but this Heimdall coming in for Zap, I mean, the Hachiman, maybe it didn't work out so well the last game, but it was good in game 1. It is this control now, and maybe safety, I think, is the key word that you say for Zap that is maybe going to help them stay alive a little bit longer here, because unfortunately for them, again, around these objectives that hadn't been very big, Gold Fury going down there in favor of Radiance, I think Zapman's impact in teamfights is maybe necessary at this point to help the Knights.
It is, no doubt, because really Amma is one of the few gods that can dive Heimdall a little bit more effectively, but Bifrost it will get you out of Dazzling Offensive so easily. Through the Realms with the CC immunity is also solid enough, with a bit of a dash to get you out of the damage as well as a CC. Feels like it's so hard to kill him because of that Bifrost and the knockback on the 2.
Well, Fire Giant once again around half health, and once again Radiance go ahead and drop that to see if they can burn down any member of the Knights who is deemed unworthy enough to get just melted by their damage. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it's going to be working on anyone. Fire Giant a little bit lower now. Scary D getting maybe too far forward, half health, and they're trying to root him down. Benji gets aggressive, but no ults used on either side so far going into this, and it seems like Radiance are going to go ahead and fall back here. The bait maybe not going the way they wanted to. Heal up, especially with Aurora having no mana. They're just going to keep this one at a stalemate.
But immediately back towards Fire Giant because of this sustain here for Radiance through this Yamoja. But Cyclone's been tanking this means that he's going to deal significantly less damage to the objective.
In all fairness for Aurora, he never has mana. He has the Omi there that's going to be coming through. But watch that healing that's going to be coming from this Yamoja. And also watch the little portals he's been throwing up. Those dashes have been incredibly impactful in terms of keeping them here. I'm a monster used to ward off adapting. He's going to fall back. And there is going to be Zapman knocking Aurora out of the park. He's going to land down, and whew, if you blink, you miss it. Aurora melted off the map, but the Fire Giant the whole time's been going on. Radiance barely going to secure that one as Scary D gets aggressive, goes into the backline of adapting, gets Cubo Fred, but Big Man Tings falls in retaliation. So far, 2 for 2. It seems like the rest of Radiance are going to be able to disengage from this one with the Fire Giant still around their waist. Maybe calling that one a win.
Huge for Radiance to have secured that because it was close. And Scary, I feel like, has made a lot of plays so far this year to steal away the Fire Giant. That could have changed the complexion of this whole game with that 50-50 there on FG. But the coin comes up Radiance that time around, and as a result, the 2 for 2 favors them pretty heavily. I was talking coming into this set about how Aurora has been pretty selfless and given up, I think, a little bit too much farm. Neil has really struggled so far this set as well, and you look in that fight, it was a 4-level deficit for Neil walking into that. He was level 13 to Aurora's level 17. And it's easy to be selfish with farm whenever your whole team's already level 20. Aurora's going to be able to get a lot of it, either by himself or to share. Won't be complained at too much for popping his head over and stealing some XP. Neil needs to catch up somehow because being down 6 levels to the enemy damage dealers is not a recipe for success.
Well, now Aurora's even happier. Picked up your favorite item in the Mantle of Discord, but some Spectral Armor is coming on now, and at least one there for Benji to help deal with some of the damage that man's been doing. And guess what? Cyclone Spin, even though he wasn't a part of that tower kill, still has that Fire Giant buff, so expect to see him be essential here in this Tier 2 siege. It looks like the Knights are willing to put their lives on the line to try and defend it.
It's going to be tough, though. I mean, wow, Cyclone, again, just wants to start off the fight with that ultimate. Zap starts off the fight at 80%, but not as accurate as Cyclone maybe wanted to be right there. Remember, I think a big reason why he's doing this is because you get that reduced ultimate cooldown whenever you pick up those arrows, since he got that little mini buff.
Now it's going to be maybe coming into play, can snipe someone as they run away, but you have to be able to get in there and get them low enough to make it worthwhile. And 80%, maybe 75%, let's call it all around for the Knights. But the stun finally coming through from Benji is going to be big, and it's going to be a stun lock there with the River's Rebuke as well. Neil is going to be caught out. That Scarab's Blessing looking to get procced here by adapting, and now the body blocks will come through, try to lock this Khepri down, and still find the kill. So far, they pick up one, they get that tower, and now their eyes are on this left-hand Phoenix. Nice wide open, and unfortunately for Scary D, he's back in the base. This might be a good way to walk on in, especially with the minions around them. They're going to be able to get aggressive, but that's going to be nice. Around the wall, lockdown from Paul, just to make sure that Radiance don't get this for free.
Still a good amount of time on this FG, a minute still left on it. No minions coming for a little bit. Benji going to tank it up first, and solid damage onto the front line of Cubo Fred and Scary D.
I mean, they're feeling like Captain America if they're Radiance right now. They can do this all day if they need to, and they're going to keep on pressuring this Phoenix. It's already falling down below half. It's going to go down here. Now Scary D potentially in a little bit of trouble. Forced to run away, and he's going to be able to stay alive because of it. Radiance are going to fall back. Primal Fury is up. There's still a tier 2 in mid. There's plenty of options for them on the map. And hey, 30 seconds left on that Fire Giant. They'll probably wait the minute out and just figure themselves into a nice, comfortable position for the next fight.
I think that the PK, I mean, they lose the last game by not contesting anything at all. They try and split the map, get our own gold, all this kind of stuff. And this time they go, let's try something different. Neither strategy has worked so far.
Well, here I thought they were going to wait another minute, but it doesn't seem like they wanted to. Neil, once again, forced to use the Scarab's Blessing to keep himself alive here, and so far working a little bit, but the team is separated. Aurora's pretty low, but it's not going to matter. Big Man goes down, Cuvo as well, but it's going to be the 2-for-1 trade now, right now in favor of the Knights, thanks to Paul's damage. Zapman going to be able to turn one onto Adapting, and now Benji slowed, locked down, crushed, and everything. Paul, credit for the kill, but the team working together. A 4-for-1 swing in favor of the Knights, just making sure we can't count them out just yet.
That's huge for PK, and I love the call because, yes, Fire Giant was still there at the very beginning of that, I think, for Radiance. Yes, they just gotten your Phoenix. Yes, they're up 8k gold, but they hadn't spent any of that yet. They hadn't really spent the gold that they had just earned. Fire Giant was falling off. I love the call because if you just wait around and if you're PK and wait for them to come to you, you likely just get eviscerated on your Phoenix once again. This time, PK surprised the opposition and set themselves up, but they're a little bit short on Phoenix damage, Gore. They don't get it. Now Scary's got to walk in and chop it down a little bit, but the CC chain not enough. He'll get it, but he's going to die.
Unfortunately for them, I think we just got a good showcase of how much damage Cyclone Spin does. Yeah, there was a lot going on for Radiance, but I mean, Paul, Zap, they got hit by just a couple of stray arrows there from Cyclone, and that was enough to force them out of that fight. And almost scary. If you don't get that Phoenix, it is maybe the end of the road for the Knights. Maybe not so much in that they're getting locked down, but you don't have many avenues to fight back. Now, you at least have some Fire Minions on your side pushing down in mid lane. They're going to look to try and contest this Fire Giant, although it hadn't gone too well for them this game, and the last few games they haven't even been able to get in there. It seems like they're going to be much in the same boat, not able to try and take this away, not even able to disrupt Radiance for a second while they're on it.
It's just difficult because you get that great call, you surge forward, you get a 4-for-2, I think it was, and you open up that mid Phoenix, but Zap and Paul just a little bit too low, and because of great play from Cyclone, and you got to give credit where it's due, I think, to the Radiance Hunter, but wonder if someone from, I mean, Zap especially is one auto from knocking that down. I don't know if it would have taken 2 or 3 from Paul. He can't stick around quite that long, but
yeah,
maybe you're supposed to just give that up then and not get that mid Phoenix. I don't know. The question is, what does getting that mid Phoenix really get for you, right? I mean, you're down. You know that the Radiance is going to be able to just walk it down this mid lane. Sure, they're going to have to siege against Fire Minions, but with Fire Giant in hand, that doesn't really matter that much to them. I guess it does give PK a win condition. If they were to deicide Radiance, they could probably just run it down mid now and end the game.
Unfortunately for Radiance, this is one of the few times that 1 second makes the difference, but I think they got that Fire Giant just before it would have ticked over to enhanced here, so maybe still needing their minions. Luckily, they seem to have an abundance, at least around them on left, with those Fire Minions pushing forward. They don't quite have the wave in mid, and right's a little bit too far back, so they're going to have to figure out where they want to get aggressive, and they're trying to pull the team away from that left Phoenix as best they can. Benji already looking to get aggressive, takes about half his health for his trouble. Paul even making sure that he's not going to discount it out. And this is still a late game damage. I mean, we were talking about it earlier, but it has been perfect for them so far.
It really has been. Paul's been great so far this game. Don't know how much I love the Mirrodin pickup for him, but he's top of the player damage. Can't complain.
Well, there's the River's Rebuke once again locking down Neil, but they're not going to be able to find the kill off of it just yet. They are still looking for that Phoenix, and it's going to go down here with one more hit. Now locking down Scary D. Body blocks coming through as well. He's going to use the Lord of the Afterlife to disengage. The snipes from Cyclone Spin to make sure Paul stays low. There's not going to be a clap back from the Knights this time, at least not as immediate as it was after that left Phoenix. And speaking of left Phoenix, Zap was able to deal with those Fire Minions and keep it alive. So there's still only one Phoenix down right now for the Knights.
Now it's going to be that right side Phoenix. You've still got a big wave coming in left. Oni Fury coming up now for Radiance as well. If they want to take that time and get that, they could. I think I'm of the mindset that I'd like to see them keep the pressure on here and try and make sure that they can get in and get this Phoenix push going. But you're missing both your support relics and both relics here for adapting. That makes this push a little bit risky.
Zapman wasn't really there for the last defense. Paul, maybe essential to this one. There's going to be the Rivers Rebuke once again as it comes through, but Cuvo Fred gets isolated, locked down. I'm a Monster comes through, but it's not going to deal enough damage to find a kill here. Even though that's what Paul has, they don't save that Phoenix. Now, mid, potentially on the chopping block. Fire minions coming down on the side of the Knights. It looks like Radiance potentially want to match that one up. They've got the out-of-combat healing. They've got adapting going for a little swerve around. And there's the lockdown from Paul onto Benji to find a little bit of health. But it is Cyclone Spin just isolating and targeting that Phoenix already at about half health. Making sure to fight this fight on two fronts.
Love this pressure from Radiance. You know that you've got the advantage now with Fred still dead for 25 seconds. The healing there from Aurora is super impactful. This should be a pretty easy Phoenix for them.
Well, they're going to be able to get the stun onto Neil. Scarab's Blessing as well. It's going to get forced out, and it's going to be enough to find the proc. He stays alive, but they lose the bird in the process. Now Scary D, sitting about 75 health. They're looking to get aggressive onto Benji, but they just don't have the lockdown. Rivers Rebuke, it has just been glorious for them. Yeah, Scary D can walk through it. But you really want to isolate yourself that far from your team. They're going to fall back with 3 Phoenixes. Looking for that Oni Fury you had mentioned earlier. Well, the respawns come through here on the Knights. It starts to feel like things are getting stacked against them, especially with Fire Oni minions walking down in the next wave.
Good luck to the Pittsburgh Knights, because they're going to need it against those waves, and with all this golden hand here for Radiance, they can back. Gotta buy quickly, because I think who cares about Fire? You've got a massive advantage with 3 waves of Fire Oni minions. You should be trying to walk them down in each side lane, make sure that no one can press up and get them easily, and then try and go for the Titan with them.
And one of the things I had mentioned about the FG last time around was the enhanced part, and maybe the lack thereof here, but it's going to be respawning in just a couple of seconds, and well, that means it's going to be perfectly fine for them past this 30-minute mark to start looking for some deeper fights, I would say, on Radiance. The Knights aren't going to let this one go silently off into the night. Neil, Scary D over here. Both getting locked down at the very beginning, but it's not enough damage so far from Radiance to do anything big and stop them. They are taken away from the Fire Giant, though, and unfortunately for Neil, that 0-6 looks like it might get forced to 0-7 here, but a big stun in the back line is going to be able to stop the aggression. There's going to be the Scarab's Blessing, keeping Scary D alive and in the fight, and Cyclone Spin, the rest of Radiance, all around 50% health, save for Big Man Tings, who's just floating at full health. They're going to fall back here as the Knights, as Radiance are going to start this FG up one more time.
And they know that PK has to back. They have to respect these Oni Fire waves coming in on each side. I think that PK does the right sort of thing. Again, try and catch Radiance off guard on a weird contest, but that's a Hail Mary, and the ball has fallen to the turf, Gormizer. I think it's pretty safe to say.
Well, you can exclamation point Hail Mary in chat for some fun there. That's the Fire Giant, and potentially a win here. Paul off the board for another 50 seconds. Right, Phoenix going to go down. Radiance looking to knock on the base. Neil locked down. No Scarab's Blessing to save him this time around. And that's going to be his Death Cyclone Spin. Finds the kill. The rest of them dancing between the Fountain and the Titan. But the Titan, it's just taking too much damage here. Aggro Cyclone Spin goes down, but it's not going to matter. The rest of the team has enough to lock it down. And Radiance move forward to the semifinals.
Congratulations to them. I think that everyone was really feeling like PK were the favorites coming into this with the rough second half for Radiance and with how good PK has looked recently. But this is why you can't count any team out. I think that Radiance has a ton of talent. We saw it in the first half. And Gore, if they can play like they played in the last 3 games tomorrow against either Sanguine or SSG, I think that both of those top seeds need to be scared because Radiance looked very good today.
It's definitely been the turnaround we've kind of been waiting on, I would say, for Radiance. They haven't had the cleanest phase, but hey, if you show up at playoffs, that's all that matters, and right now, that's what they've done, so we're going to go ahead and kick it back up to the desk, talk about what we saw in that set.
Thank you, Goran Agro. Great job on the call, and congrats to Radiance, first team from the quarterfinals to punch their ticket onward. Hey, the SPL Phase 1 playoffs are not the only event happening right now. In-game, the Grim Omens event is still going on. Nuwa, Kamazats, a whole bunch more gods have great skins in the event, so jump in, take a look at that event, and see what's happening there. Maybe grab yourself a new shiny skin. Now, Mifflin, it's a game 1 win for the Knights, but now Radiance have won 3 straight. They take the set and they move on to tomorrow. But how do they get there here in game 4?
Just clean play across the board again. It's so hard to break down sets like this because there really wasn't much variance. Radiance pulled ahead in the early, and they just continue to push that lead. We really only saw PK able to fight back one time, and it was around the 29-minute mark where they were able to reflect a Phoenix Siege and then find one themselves in mid. Outside of that, they looked good, especially Paul. He tops the damage charts. He only falls once, but he wasn't able to get involved in the early game. So Radiance took a bunch of fights around mid, forced the rotation from both mid laners, and BMT on this Agni was able to get involved a little bit earlier on, use that early power spike that Scylla doesn't have.
Yeah, I think that's a good thread to follow as well, and I don't necessarily want to put it at Paul's feet, but maybe Scylla's feet in general. Do you think... obviously hindsight is 20/20 for us here. Do you still think maybe there's some merit with that Scylla pick, or how much maybe weight does she hold in the loss that the Knights had here?
I'm not going to blame Scylla at all here. I mean, she topped the damage chart. She played incredibly safe. She wasn't any of the deaths in the early game. The one death Paul has is towards the end when the Titan does fall. I think it really does come down to Scary D got camped out in the early, so he had a really rough raining phase, and then Neil just had a pretty poor performance today. I think his combined KD was like, what, 2 and 20 or something along those lines. It's just got kind of abused by Cyclone Spin games 2 through 4.
Yeah, back-to-back games where Neil at least one point was 0-5 or something there close. Not a great day to be a Kepri. I think one of the big things, Mifflin, we have to look at, and I think teams have to look at, moving into the semifinals. Remember, Sanguine get to pick their opponent, depending on the outcome of Ghost Renegades, our next set to round out the day here today. It's not like, Radiance come in as the second to last seed in this tournament, and this is a scary team regardless to play against, especially when it seems like they've found their footing that carried them through the first half of Phase 1, adapting a massive day today. Cyclone Spin, seemingly, Mifflin, I think found a good bit of momentum, maybe moving into the weekend. Do you think this Radiance team is starting to play like they were at the beginning of Phase 1?
If they're able to keep this going, one set isn't enough to convince me that they're out of their rut completely, but if they can keep this energy going, take it in further into this tournament, they absolutely are looking like, at least in games 2 through 4, back to their normal glory. They're looking really good. I mean, these guys seem cohesive, their drafts are starting to make sense. Cyclone Spin is making single-handed plays to turn the game. I mean, just look at this defense right here. That's all the man, and he's able to stop just about everything, barring a pretty tanky Osiris. I don't know, they're looking really, really good. Every single individual piece is working out for Radiance today, with individual standout performances sprinkled in. As you said, Adapting looks really good, Cyclone Spin looks really good. If Radiance can keep this energy, Sanguine, Space Station, it doesn't matter, they're going to have to prep hard.
Yeah, going to be difficult. Radiance obviously taking this one 3-1 over the Knights. We haven't filled in the next stage of the brackets just yet. As I said a moment ago, Sanguine will get to choose their opponent in the semifinal. Space Station would have, well, the leftovers from the quarterfinals there for themselves. Ghost Gaming versus Renegades, Mifflin. That is the next set that we'll have coming up here. I can't wait to maybe start to see how the Renegades are able to bring some momentum into the playoffs now that they get a big win in the final week. Can they carry that over into this matchup? That's important to look at here. We've all day been looking, though, at how people have been watching the Phase 1 playoffs. Let's take a look at another tweet and see how one of the fans is at home watching this one. This one's Pixie Mixie, also Adapting's fiance, most notably. In Goku and Mifflin, I'm going to drop the ball on whatever Dragon Ball Z characters are standing there in front of the screen, but she's watching her fiance win and move on to the semis. I'll let you bail me out, though. Why don't you tell me what's going on there?
Yeah, that is Goku
know, right?
and Vegetable. It's Vegeta. All right, man. Come on. Did you not have a childhood, Dave? It was on Cartoon Network, bro.
I did. Was that on Cartoon Network? No, I was watching Ed, Edd and Eddy and SpongeBob, and I don't know. I was never a Dragon Ball Z guy. It was always the other cartoons. I appreciate you being here though to bail me out, Mifflin. I do want to look and maybe get your thoughts though on our second set here today, Ghost versus Renegades. I think mentally for a lot of people, probably a lopsided set here. Remember, Renegades still having the coach fill in that solo lane there for them. Going to be difficult to beat Ghost.
Yeah, Ghost has a pretty nasty sub. I'm not sure if we've announced who it is just yet, but it's going to be surprising if you guys don't know who they have tagging in for Twig in the middle lane. Renegades is going to have a really hard-fought battle ahead of them. I mean, it's going to be rough, especially considering, yeah, Ro's really good. He could absolutely pop off. Back in the day, he was one of the best players from his region, but he's going to have to play against these SPL guys who've been competing for a long time. And I don't want to beat around the bush too much, but Ghost's draft is looking pretty strong.
Yeah, I'm scared to play against Ghost. I'll spoil it for you, Mifflin. They've already announced it. Baskin is filling in for Captain Twig here today, so the set against Renegades will be Baskin's return to play off SMITE. Stick around right on the other side. Ghost versus Renegades kicks off.